All right, 6 o'clock. Do we have Mark yet?
The meeting, we are ready on channel 8, so we can begin.
Well, let's just text Mark and see, unless someone else is texting him.
You got it now?
Yep.
Know if your folks are having trouble getting in.
All right, well, hopefully Mark can join us soon. You sent him a text, and you said channel 8's ready to go?
Channel 8's ready to go.
All right. Well, we got 8 of 9. All is good. Let's see. We might as well just get it started. We got some announcements, so if we can start tonight's study session with some regular weekly announcements, and then we'll jump into the content of the evening. First and foremost, COVID-19 testing and vaccinations. If you're interested in testing, for more information and provider locations for free COVID-19 testing, go to www.boco.org/COVID testing. And the local free site is at the Stasio Fields, which is by the Valmont Power Plant and the Recycle Center near the BVSD bus station off 63rd, if you haven't been before. Also, vaccinations. For vaccine information and provider locations, go to www.boco.org/COVID vaccine. Also, great chance to get involved in our community. Those of us that are elected officials, many got our starts by and through boards and commissions. It's a great way to serve this community and get to know a lot of the policies in a more intimate fashion. Recruitment for boards and commissions is currently open and closes on February 21st of 2022. You can find board and commission descriptions and vacancies online at www, that's supposed to be a dot, bouldercolorado.gov/boards and commissions. I'll speak for myself, but perhaps also my council colleagues. If you are interested in a board and commission, please don't hesitate to email any of us, as we'd love to talk to you about the boards. If you want to learn more, some of the folks on council have been on many of the boards that you might be applying for, and certainly many of those currently on boards and commissions certainly would offer their time up to certainly talk to anyone who is interested to learn more about that. Please don't hesitate. It's a great way to get involved. If you have any questions about some of the process, please reach out to our city clerk's office at cityclerkoffice@bouldercolorado.gov. Next up, we're going to talk a little bit about price gouging. In light of the events from the Marshall Fire, we want to make sure people pay special attention that Colorado law prohibits charging excessive prices for certain essential products, goods, or services during a disaster period, and makes clear that such price gouging is a deceptive trade practice under the Colorado Consumer Protection Act. Coloradans who witness price gouging or who think they might be a victim of price gouging should file a report with the Attorney General's office at 800-222-4444 or stopfraudcolorado.gov. And also on a little bit of a higher and a light note, tomorrow is the grand opening grand reopening, I should say, of the Table Mesa King Soopers grocery store. There'll be a celebration of the return of employees and community members starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. It'll be hosted in the front of the store itself. There will be a ceremony with remarks from public officials that will last about an hour. Mask wearing is strongly encouraged. And if you have any further questions, please contact Sarah Huntley at huntleys@bouldercolorado.gov. And keeping in mind that staff are working with a multi-agency Boulder Strong team to plan a March commemoration when the anniversary does arrive. As a South Boulder resident, I'm really looking forward to this. It's a long time coming, and it's a great chance to find rejuvenation in the opportunity to remember those that we lost and a chance to build a stronger community going forward. And indeed, we are Boulder Strong. And so hopefully we'll see many of you tomorrow at 9 a.m. or throughout the day at the Table Mesa King Soopers. Awesome. Welcome, Mark.
Good evening. Sorry to be
All
late.
right, so so now that we got all 9, we can get this show on the road. So for tonight's study session, we're going to be touching on 2 main topics for the evening. They will be library district formation and library district advisory committee recommendations about the formation of a library district. And then second up will be gun violence prevention legislation. We'll be talking about content and timing as a whole. So those are the 2 items we have for tonight. And so we will get started with the conversation about the library district. And so to get us started with a little bit of a staff presentation and backstory, why don't I turn it over to Nuria, and we can get that started for us this evening.
Great, thanks so much, Matt. So a conversation about a library district has been going on since at least 2018, when the Library Commission mentioned it as part of their master plan. And last year, Council asked us to do a bit of work into this possibility, including forming a library district advisory committee that could provide some recommendations. And I just want to take a moment to thank the hard work of that committee in getting us to this point, and for all of staff who's been working hard on this for the past few months. So with that, I'll turn it to our Deputy City Manager, Chris Meschek, who's been working with our Library Director, David Farnan, to kick us off and introduce the rest of the team. Chris?
Great, thanks, Nuria. Good evening, council members. Tonight, as we pull up the slides, we've got several staff members that are going to be here to help present this item. And if we go to the next slide, we are going to begin with a little bit of just background. And I'm going to cover the process for establishing a library district and what it is. And Janet Michaels from the City Attorney's Office will also cover what the state law process is for creating a library district. And we're going to talk a little bit of around the cost of providing library services. And then we'll pause there just to make sure that if council has any questions on the background information. Then we'll dive into really one of 2 parts of the conversation for tonight. The first is around the Library District Advisory Committee recommendations. And so David Farnan will help present some of those recommendations, and we have several members of the Library District Advisory Committee here to be able to answer questions that council members may have. And then we'll go into the second part of the conversation after we finish that. And we'll talk about, if a library district is created, what would reallocation of the current city budget that goes to the library. And I do want to just correct myself. I think David Gear actually is going to be the one to present the formation part at the beginning here. So that is our plan for today. So we'll stop at kind of the end of each part for the relevant council questions. And with that, let's go ahead and jump into the next slide. And that's just to cover really quick, how did we get to the conversation today? And as Nuria mentioned, in 2018, the Library Master Plan was accepted by council. And in that Library Master Plan, there was a lot of conversation around sustainable library funding. And then in 2019, a community advocacy group, the Library Champions, proposed to create a library district by petition. That petition was withdrawn, but it really started a conversation, or continued a conversation, around library funding. And in February of 2020, right before the pandemic, council had a study session where we talked in detail around the background on library funding and library governance, and the options of municipal funding and governance or district funding and governance. Then obviously the pandemic took our attentions for a while. And in May of 2021, we brought that conversation back. And the outcome of that conversation with council at that time was to have staff continue to explore the district by resolution process. And in addition to that, to form a committee of community members to get feedback on what the terms would be if we were to create a library district and then separate library services from the city and transition those to a library district. And then that committee met between October and January of this year, and that is what we're here tonight to present, is the recommendations and the outcome of that direction from May of 2021. So let's go to the next slide and talk a little bit about what is a library district. So if you think about the city of Boulder, and you can see on the screen here on the map, the blue outline is the city of Boulder limits. And the city of Boulder provides multiple city services, or what we in the comp plan call urban services. We provide police protection and fire protection, water and wastewater services, stormwater and flood services, park and recreation services, and library services. What a library district would do is it would take those library services currently provided by the city of Boulder as an entity and as a government, and put those into a new governmental entity, which is a library district, which is what that black outline is the current draft boundary of the library district. And that would be a new quasi-governmental entity that would provide those library services inside that geographic boundary. And it would be that library district that runs and operates the library. And so if we go to the next slide, let's talk a little bit about what library districts do. They're created and enabled through state law, and it provides library services within those geographic boundaries. It's governed by a separate board of trustees that runs that governmental entity. And that board of trustees in the district itself has taxation authority through property tax. That's how the district would fund itself to provide library services. And that board of trustees would set the budget and set the policies and strategic direction for the library and oversee the library operations and management. They would hire and supervise the library director, set the program and policy direction, and communicate with the community in the geographic boundary that it serves to provide library services. So that's the kind of overview of what a library district is. And with that, we'll go to the next slide. And I think if I've got it right now, I'm handing it off to David Gear to talk a little bit more about the state law process.
Thank you, Chris. I assume that I have audio here.
You're good.
Good evening, members of council. As Chris mentioned, I'm David Gear, and most recently I've been working a little bit as the interim planning director of Planning and Development Services. But I've also been working on the library district team since after the adoption of the 2018 library master plan, and have been working with David Farnan and his team on kind of some of the approaches to financing the services that are provided to the library services that are provided both to the residents within the city limits, as well as many of the people that live outside the city limits but take advantage of our wonderful library. So it's not really the purpose of this study session to talk about establishing a library district as much, but I know that there are new council members that haven't been along for the ride, so we just thought that we would do kind of a quick primer on some of the basics of library district formation. So I'll just go through those. But as Chris mentioned, a library district is a separate governmental entity. It has statutory authority, subject of course to the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, to assess property taxes within the district service area. And those property taxes, I think as you all know, at least in Colorado and specifically Boulder, are perhaps some of the most stable revenue sources that are generated for government. There are two approaches to creating a library district under the Colorado library law. It describes the process for both the formation and the governance of districts. First, and this is the path that we are on, there's an approach where the governmental entities through cooperation create a library district by the adoption of a resolution by each of those entities involved. As directed by the council in May of 2021, we are now pursuing what that might look like. The other approach is through a petition process where a group of petitions circulate a petition, and if at least 100 valid signatures are collected, the question of whether to form a district is advanced to a ballot measure for a vote by the electors in the service area of the proposed district. Following several council meetings and study sessions regarding options for library funding, in May of 2021, council directed us to do the work needed to form a district by resolution. For those of you that are also familiar with this project as it has gone on, a petition was circulated by the Boulder Library Champions and submitted to the Boulder County clerk and recorder for verification. And then at some point, with conversations between the champions and the city, they withdrew their petition, at least temporarily, so that we could explore this approach to library district formation. So the process, if you wouldn't mind changing to the next slide, please. The process for establishing a library district by resolution of both the council and the county commissioners, and what the timeline would look like, is shown on this slide. And I'll just go through the process quickly, but in early April 2022, the council and the commissioners would likely hold a joint meeting and a public hearing on the adoption of a resolution to form the district. The resolution that will establish the service area boundary for the district, as well as what the proposed mill levy is for the library district in terms of taxation. The library law requires that the notice of these public hearings on the resolution be published not less than 30 days before the hearing. So that's a rather long lead time for a notice, but that notice must describe basically the same elements that I mentioned in the resolution. The legal service area for the district, as well as the proposed mill levy. So for an April 5th, assuming that would be the date that we would have this joint public hearing, a notice would need to be submitted to the camera by March 1st. So we're on a rather tight timeline. For that reason, we're asking the council at this study session whether it supports the draft proposed library district and mill levy, so that we could take it to the next level to a public hearing. If the city and county adopt their respective resolutions, then the council and the commissioners form committees under the statute to appoint the initial board of trustees for the library district. It is these three entities, the city, county, and the library district, that negotiate an intergovernmental agreement. The IGA, which we're going to talk about in a moment, identifies how the real and personal property, personnel, and provision of administrative services during the transition from a municipal library to a library district will be handled. The library law requires the entities to enter into an IGA within 90 days of the appointment of the initial library board of trustees. So that would put us into July or August of this summer, depending on when the board of trustees is appointed and ratified. Meanwhile, the library district works with the county to put together a taxation measure that would be put on the November 2022 ballot. In November 2022, the voters within the service area of the library district will vote on a ballot measure to approve or not a property tax mill levy to fund the district. If that tax measure is not approved, the library as a functioning entity remains a city department. The IGA is drafted such that if the electors of the districts do not approve a tax measure to fund the district within 3 election cycles, the district dissolves and the library continues as a city service and a department. That condition, as well as all the other conditions in the draft IGA, are subject to negotiation of the parties to the IGA. If the tax measure is approved, then the district is established. Then we begin the process of transitioning the city to a library district. And one note on that. I think that, the LDAC process, the Library District Advisory Committee, I think one of the council, at least my interpretation of the council's prior advice to staff in terms of going forward with next steps, was that they really want to kind of understand what exactly, or maybe not exactly, but more closely than what staff had put together previously, an IGA would look like. And of course, that committee is a rather diverse group that represents many interests. And I noticed that Bob has his hand up. I don't know if you want me to finish or would you like me to pause?
Yep. Bob, do you mind if we wait until we get done with the background? I think we might be close to being done with the background, and then that way we can break them up into the 4 chunks that were sort of laid out at the top of the meeting.
That's fine. I've got 2 questions on this slide, but let's let David finish, then we come back to this slide.
Okay, awesome. Thanks,
Okay.
Bob.
Well, let's go to the next slide. So under the Colorado Library Law, the ITA needs to address the rights and obligations and responsibility of each party, including the transition from the municipal library to the library district, ownership and control of the library's real and personal property, the transition of the library personnel, and providing for administrative services during the transition. So with that said, I think I'll just bring my comments to a close, because I know that we will be getting into quite a bit more detail on the IGA when we start the discussion of the recommendations of the Library District Advisory Committee. So can you back up 1 slide, please?
Are we done with that background stuff? Because I noticed there might be a couple more slides before part 1. Or do you think this is a good pause there, David?
Well, David Farnet's going to pick up after this.
Okay.
So this is at the conclusion of my remarks.
Do we want to just, David, you want to just march through your slides, and when we get to part 1, we can circle back and Bob can ask his couple questions?
Sure, as you like. Good evening, Council. My name is David Farnan. I'm the Library Director for the City of Boulder. And if you could just please advance the slide 2 spaces. 1 more, please. All right. So just again, as part of the background, we thought we would lay out what does it cost currently to run the library. And these are estimated costs based on the current budget, current 2022 operating budget of around $9 million, addresses the operating deficit due to the pandemic reductions, which are roughly $700,000. There's a cost administrative overhead, which is what the city estimates the cost to be for such things as facilities, maintenance costs, HR, payroll, attorneys, that kind of thing. The total for that is estimated at $3.6 million. Then there is currently not a funded capital maintenance budget, which including an annualized deferred maintenance cost comes to around $2.3 million. And then we are looking at the distinct possibility of opening up the new North Boulder branch library in 2023. Super excited about that. And the estimated cost for the operation of that facility is around $1 million. Brings us to a total roughly of an estimate around $16.7 million. Next slide, please. So some of you were around still when the master plan was presented. And the master plan, once presented, we were asked to do a deep dive into the financial situation and what would be the cost of actually reaching all of the defined levels of the master plan. So as common with master plans for the city of Boulder, we outlined 3 different tiers of funding, maintaining the service level. Roughly at that time, we estimated that was around $14.5 million. Address community demand was the next level up from that, and it jumped significantly, $18.9 million. That folded in the notion in terms of addressing community demand that we would fully staff all of our current services, open up a North Boulder library, and then also address taking care of our facilities. And then the third level was the expanded service level, which jumps us to $20 million. Marginal in cost, but some significant programs outlined there. opening a gun barrel library, an outreach program to the Latinx community focused on early literacy and youth literacy, fully staffing the Carnegie Library, and activating the Canyon Theater. So that kind of, I think we probably ought to bounce back. We'll be going over funding quite a bit. I'm happy to take any questions on those as well. And I turn it back to you, Matt or Bob or David, however you guys want to do it.
Oh, I think there's a final one that has sort of the question we're going to be addressing, but just so that everyone can sort of see it. And then, and just so we can all think about what that, just to make sure we can give you the feedback you need, so that question's answered. Bob, you had some questions, and I know go back a few slides. Do you want to tackle those right now?
We actually have to have another set of negotiations to negotiate what what exactly the IGA will look like. And then you're into the ballot season shortly thereafter. So you want to get all of this done in a time where the library district would have a shot at putting together its Tabor measure in time to get it on the 20.
That's helpful. Thank you, David. And so there's no magic to April 5th. It was just somebody's calculation that in order to get a Tabor ballot measure on by late August, early September, which I know is a hard deadline, people just wanted 3 or 4 or 5 months to get that negotiation out of the way and the Tabor ballot measure put together. Is that right?
That's correct. That's
okay.
Correct.
Thanks. Then the second question. Go ahead.
Bob, do you mind if I add a little bit more to that?
Please, Chris.
And I think what David shared and what you just said is exactly it, which is this timeline is really built around if the desire was to get to the 2022 ballot for a Tabor funding measure. And there's lots of kind of mechanics and steps. If the hearing is in April, then immediately following that, the council and the commissioners form that committee. They have basically 2 weeks to pick the trustees and then come back in the month of May for each elected body to ratify those appointments. And then you would have a library district board of trustees that then would get to meet for the first time in June. And then there is an end of June deadline that if the library district were to be approved for funding by the voters, that the board of trustees needs to send intent to collect taxes to the county assessor. And so that's where kind of the detailed timeline was all back calendared based on meeting those ballot and deadlines for taxation. But to your point, if the timeline were to be something different, that just means that it would be a different year for consideration of a ballot measure.
Thanks, Chris. Let me just ask a following question to that. Then I have one more question for David, and I'll shut up. Chris, you mentioned a June 30th notice of intent to collect taxes. Is that a revocable notice? In other words, if a notice of intent went in before that June 30th deadline, and then things fell apart, in July, is the library district stuck with that, or can they withdraw that?
I'll let the attorneys jump in to correct me if I get this wrong, but my understanding is that essentially the district would send its intent to Boulder County that they intend to serve the geographic area proposed in the boundary and their intent to begin collection of property taxes. But that is all contingent on whether the district ballot measure is on the ballot and then voted and approved by the voters within that boundary. So it is a contingent notice in terms of they have to wait for the voters to approve it before they could begin actually collecting those taxes.
So they could send the notice in, but then if things fell apart in July or August and they never got a tabor measure up, it would just be effectively revoked. Is that right?
Yes,
That's my understanding, but I'll look to David and Janet.
no, that's correct. And,
Okay.
and the main reason of the yearly notice is so that the county, to the extent that they need to start to put in place the administrative practices or processes that they need to do to collect the tax, that they have a little extra time to do that.
That makes sense. Thanks, David. A final question to David Gear. David, you mentioned it's a little chicken or egg situation because it's like we have to create the party on the other side of the table and then we have to negotiate with that party.
Yeah.
And I get that's just the awkwardness of this whole process. What if we create the party, that is, we create the library district and we appoint trustees, and then we sit across from them to negotiate the idea and we don't come to terms? We just don't agree because we're in a negotiation, which by definition means you're either going to fail or you're going to succeed. Otherwise, it's not a negotiation. What happens to the district if the negotiations don't succeed in May, June, July, whenever they're going to happen, and the parties just cannot come to terms? Does the library district go away, or does it exist in till such time as we come to terms? I mean, I just don't understand the leverage there. When you're creating a party on the other side of the table and then you can't agree with that party, what happens then?
Yeah, so I will ask Kim Setter to light up his camera and his microphone, but I'll just get started. So I think the statute is silent on that topic, and I think what typically happens is, there's a 90-day date in the statute, and what typically happens is if they're not working it out, the parties extend that time and just use additional time to work the issues out. And if we miss the deadlines for getting on the 2022 November ballot, the election would just push over to 23. So, Kim, do you want to add anything to that or correct that?
Yeah, that would be 2023, wouldn't it push over to, not 2030?
Oh, 2023, you're right.
And David, that was correct. The other thing to keep in mind, Mr. Yates, is that
Hey, Kim, do you mind introducing yourself so people know who you are?
I'm Kim Setter. I'm an attorney with Setter and Vanderwall, and we've been forming library districts and representing libraries for about 30 years. And I had assisted you a year and a half ago or 2 years ago too, when we were working. But Mr. Gear is correct. And also remember that your resolution forming the district will have a provision that says if the library district doesn't obtain its funding within a certain amount of time, it dissolves. So you're giving yourself an opportunity to go ahead and come up with the IGA. If that doesn't happen, time passes by. If that funding never gets done and the IGA never gets done, the library district goes away.
Thanks, Kim, and welcome back. We're always happy to have you here. Just let me ask a clarifying question around that. I get the fuse that's built in from a funding standpoint, but it's kind of a long fuse. It's kind of a long period of time. Could we also put a provision in the formation document that says that if the parties can't come to terms on the IGA by September 1, or some period of time where we would have to kind of come to terms, otherwise we're not going to have a ballot measure, that the district goes away? In other words, a double trigger, one that says if we can't come to terms by September 1, it's just gone. The second is the one you refer to, which is giving the voters 2 or 3 bites of the apple on the tax. Is that a possibility?
Yes, you could add that additional provision to your formation resolution.
Great. Thanks so much, Kim. I'm done.
All right, Junie, Mark, then Nicole.
Thanks. Thank you very much. I feel like I was slightly confused, and then I heard Bob's questions and then answers, and I'm still on the same side of being a little bit confused about the answers. So bear with me. So I don't understand why would the IGA or the terms of the IGA would fall apart, because I guess part of my misunderstanding is why would we not all be on the same page on this agreement?
Well, I guess I don't know that I have a good answer for you, Junie, other than being a party to many negotiations. There have been a lot of things where when I went into it, I thought we were pretty close together that fell apart.
Okay.
And it's going to be, you're going to, I think how all of that works out, I'll just add a little bit of an editorial comment here. A lot of how it turns out is who gets appointed to that initial board in terms of them negotiating the agreement. And then the other thing I say that might be a little bit editorial in nature, because I think I'm kind of interpreting some of the prior direction of the council. But one of the reasons for this LDAC process that we just went through was to get a diverse group of people in a room that are community-minded and have an interest in the library. A number of them are former library commission members. So it was a quite knowledgeable group. And I guess from my perspective in participating in that, I think the bottom line is whatever gets negotiated, I think having their perspective added to what the staff has already done is hopefully going to push the parties that much closer together. But again, that would be me looking into a crystal ball a little bit.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And I think one other question, or I have two questions. So this is I guess, a multi-party. So there's a city there, and then there's the county. And my question, as far as it relates to the county, are they in lockstep with our values, or at least the process that we are working on, or can they deviate or not be on board?
They can. So I'm going to ask Janet Michaels to fire up her microphone and camera. And Janet has been the primary contact with Boulder County as we've been kind of working our way through the process. And Janet, I don't know if you had anything that you wanted to add in terms of perhaps some of the questions you've received from the commissioners or county staff, or how things seem to be going at this point in time.
Yeah, thank you, David. I'm Janet Michaels with the City Attorney's Office. We have been having conversations with the Board of County Commissioners. We were at a meeting last week, or January 27th, with them. I can't sit here and say they are completely on board. They still have a lot of questions, really good questions. They have concerns about the boundaries of the library district and the impact of, for instance, the Myers on some of the areas that would be included within the district. The boundaries are something that the parties can negotiate. So if it was council or the Board of County Commissioners who wanted to exclude certain areas because of impacts of fire, for instance, they could do that. Essentially, what the county wants to see is whether the city council is on board, number one, and number two, they want to know what the support is from unincorporated Boulder County to form a library district. And Chris, do you have anything that you would like to add to that question?
No, I think, Janet, you covered it really well, and we're set to check in again with the county commissioners following this study session. So we kind of have been having parallel meetings building up to if then we have the joint meeting in April. So we're trying to kind of bring both governmental entities along in the conversation.
Thank
Junie,
you.
did that cover your questions, Junie?
Thank you. I have one more question I wanted to ask about, which is, so you said that voters will have, I guess, 3 bites at the same apple. So if it goes to the voters in 2023, it's not passed, then, I mean, in 2022, then it can go again to the voters in 2023, then in 2024. And then after that, if it doesn't happen in 2024, then that's what it is. We're moving forward. But at least there is that every year, voters will have the same opportunity. Is that my understanding correctly?
You are understanding it correctly. And the 3-year time period, that's what staff has proposed. And from my understandings from the many teachings that Kim has provided to me over the years, that's something that, can be negotiated, the number of bites at the apple. But 3 is a rather common number.
Thank you very much. That's all. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mark, you're up. Then Nicole.
Okay, thank you. 2 questions. The first is something you may have already provided to us in a prior meeting, but I'm just not remembering if this is the case. The boundaries of this library district look like a gerrymandered congressional district in a southern state. What was the theory behind particular boundaries? Why did we leave some parts of the county out? I mean, looking at the borders, it looks a little bizarre. So I'd like to understand what the theory was in terms of doing that. And I apologize if we've been informed about this previously. I just don't have a recollection of it.
That's quite all right. I can take that question if you don't mind, Mark. So we originally tested the idea simply of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. That was the initial proposal that we brought forth to council and to the county commissioners back in 2018. At council meetings and subsequently in discussions with the county commissioners, and then various times library champions having discussions with county commissioners, areas were added onto the map. So the map began to take on a shape, much broader, even than what's currently represented, right? So there was, I believe it was the city council, a couple of members who are currently on council, who recommended the western portion off of North Boulder. The county commissioners later requested if Niwot could be included. They asked if the areas going north to along 36 up to Altona could be included. They asked if El Dorado Springs could be included. And so for testing purposes, all of those areas were added to the map. The original intent of the map was really to capture as many active current library card holders as is possible without impeding upon any other municipality or any other library district. So the shape, I'm afraid, has to do with the precincts primarily in the mountains and north of Boulder. The shape of the voting precincts, which we also were trying to keep the alignment of the map to the voting precincts, are quite odd and quite large, right? So the voting precincts the west of the city of Boulder get pretty extensive and stretch all the way up to the highway, crossing over to Estes Park. So that's the genesis of the map. It is still a work in progress. The Library District Advisory Committee recommended some guidelines for altering the map. We implemented those, and so the map that you see before you is as a result of those alterations. And then we're waiting for input really from City Council and from the Board of County Commissioners to tell us the true boundaries of the map, because it is your purview to set those boundaries.
Okay, so it's essentially a mouse designed by committee that ends up as an elephant. Okay. My other question is, I guess it's a process question for this evening. We have been provided with a draft IGA which has substantive terms and conditions. Are we discussing those this evening, or is that simply something that gets discussed in a negotiation with the commissions? I mean, we're appointing the commissioners. To the extent that council has a view on particular provisions in the IGA, are we going to be expressing that this evening? Are we going to making, getting any sense of where council wants to go with those? What's the process?
Again, I think we would, Councilor Wallach, I think we would love to hear what councilors think of the IGA. The only parts that are that we're asking for you to give us some direction on tonight are the boundaries of the map and the mill levy, the projected mill levy. All of the other items of the IGA can be negotiated through the course of the next several months.
Thank you. That's all I've got.
All right, we got Nicole, then Tara, and Mark, just to your point there, since that's not one of the main questions, maybe we can sort of fold that in at the end once we address the main questions that staff has. then if we still got some meat left on the bone, we can maybe just decide whether we want to just tackle some IGA conversation. Will that work?
That works great. Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
All right, Nicole, you're up.
Thank you. So this is just kind of a question about the timing of the process. As I understand it, there are 57 library districts that are currently in existence across our state. I hear tonight, and just also from following this for a bit, we've been working on this for about 4 years. And I was just wondering if it usually takes this long. This feels like a really long time to me. And I was just wondering if you could just give a sense of how kind of our process compares to some of these other districts. Because it feels like with 57 other districts having been created, it's not really rocket science. And so I'm curious where we sort of fit in for comparison here.
So Kim Setter, would you mind? Kim has a lot. Kim formed most of them. So he's very well positioned to answer that question.
Yeah, I think you're pretty much in the middle. COVID, of course, drug it out for 2 years, and that means you were in the process for about 2 years, and that's pretty normal.
All right, thank you. That was it.
Thanks, Nicole. Tara, you're up.
Finding that mute button in the same place. Okay, number one, it relates to Junie's question. So referring to the bite of the apple. So can somebody explain to me, okay, so let's say in 2022 on the ballot, the proposed mill levy, and the reasons for 2023 is not to ask the same question over, is it? Is it to change the mill levy, to change something within the proposal? And then in 2024, why? And so thank you for answering this. I wish I knew more about library districts. Why the 3 chances?
There's nothing magic about the number. It's just, I think that we kind of went with what we typically saw in IGAs where this is an issue. But it could be 2 years, it could be 1 year if the council wanted to do that. So yeah, and if it failed the first time, my guess is that there would probably be a conversation after that about why it failed, and would we in fact need to, both us and the library district, think about what the level of services is, and any other factors that might lead to a successful subsequent election.
So 1A would be the history of the library, the person that knows the most about the library districts. Do they, when there's a 3 years or 2 years, do the ramifications usually change? Like does the mill levy often go down, or just curious about the history?
So far, we've had all of the library districts pass on the first go around, except one. That was in Adams County. Went to the voters 3 times, and the mill levy did not go down. It was just a difference in the way the voters were approached. And there was also a change in the executive director that created some change in the voters' minds.
Okay. Number 2, when it comes to unincorporated Boulder, do they vote as well, or they don't vote?
They do vote.
Okay, that's good. Okay, and the last one would be in terms of the library district and the IGA. If we don't talk about it tonight, would you say that it's like a pro forma situation where we're just going to go along and the negotiations have already been decided? What is our place as the council tonight? And thanks for explaining what we have to do so it's clear to me.
Well, at some point, as we move into negotiations with the district, we will need to get direction from council on kind of what the goes and no goes are in that negotiation. Okay. So we will still need that feedback. And I think that tonight, really is about the library district's recommendations, and the IGA that is before you tonight. We consider it a draft or an example of what the library district advisory committee recommendations would be. what it would look like in an agreement.
So you want us to talk about it tonight?
Well, I don't know that it has to, if you have, I think it would be more broad overarching topics tonight might be appropriate.
Okay.
But I think that, I really kind of more of an in-depth conversation would happen at a future meeting.
Okay, great.
Are you good there, Tara? Awesome. Any other questions regarding sort of our initial, we just sort of got through some of the background, and so we haven't really gotten through part one or some of the subsequent conversation, which is good stuff. It's good, but I think there's probably more from staff that'll inform us that might then better prepare us to answer some more of these questions that staff has provided us. So unless there's any other questions based on some of that background, we're ready to move on. I don't see any hands. All right, onward and upward to part one.
Right. It's my pleasure to present the Library District Advisory Committee's recommendations, and I do want to commend them. It was a group of 12 people selected, 5 from unincorporated Boulder County, 7 from the city of Boulder. Some, as David mentioned, having some knowledge or past knowledge of this process, others totally fresh to the process, and they did hard and commendable work over the course of 4 months. They met 8 times for approximately 3 hours a pop and had very intelligent discussions over, I think, what some would describe as somewhat complex issues. So let's jump to the first slide. I want to give you, first of all, the staff assumptions going into the Library District Advisory Committee. This had to do with property transfer and transition to a library district. And so the staff set certain assumptions going into the conversation, and they are as follows: that the transition to a library would be done as efficiently, practically, and quickly as possible if a district were created, that the library district would become responsible for all facilities maintenance and future capital improvements, that the city would not charge market value for the sale or lease of the facilities because the community had already paid for them, that the buildings should remain in the public domain, no matter how they were leased or owned. The city and the library district would cooperate on decisions that would impact the main library and its environs because of its pivotal place in the downtown area, that the proposed service boundary would align as much as possible with the current voting precincts and cannot impinge on any of the other governmental entities' service areas. So governmental entities being any other municipality or a library district or a library service area. And then we felt that 3.8 mil property tax would generate sufficient funding to provide for the service expansion level and cover all the costs not considered in the 2018 financial analysis. Next slide, please. So the library district's recommendations, and these are covered in much more detail in their written report that you have in your packet tonight, but I'll cover them briefly. As far as funding, the Library District Advisory Committee unanimously supported the service expansion level of the master plan and supported an up to 3.8 mil property tax. On the boundary, the District Advisory Committee established basic guiding criteria, which incorporated the basic things we talked about. It incorporates the most number of users within that area without impeding upon another area, tries to align with voting precincts, et cetera, et cetera. I will say for their benefit that their discussions occurred in October and November prior to the Marshall Fire, which is since January has raised some questions about the map. As for the Board of Trustees, the Library District Advisory Committee recommends 7 members. There's a choice of 5 or 7, and they unanimously chose 7 because it could better represent a diverse number of candidates. And they recommended the trustee appointment process for the new members after the initial appointment with ratification by council and the county commissioners. Unanticipated by us, but this is where the committee really excelled. They brought to bear the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, highlighted a number of pages and values that are expressed in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan and requested that those be incorporated into their recommendations as well. Next slide, please. As to the land and the transfer of assets, they recommend that the building and land ownership for the George Reynolds Library, the Carnegie Library for Local History, and the new North Boulder Branch Library transfer to the district in total. That the leases for the Meadows Branch Library and the current Nobo Corner Library transfer to the district. That the main library buildings would transfer ownership, but the city would maintain ownership of the land, and that the two parties would negotiate a common interest community agreement to determine how and who funds the maintenance of the areas in that around the library. As far as the transfer of other assets, the Library District Advisory Committee recommended all, basically, I think as they described it, all the things that would fall out of the building if you picked it up and shook it would belong to the library. So the furniture, the equipment, the books, the art collection, which was purchased and or donated to the library, would remain with the library district. Those items in the collection that were purchased by the city and or of unknown province would remain with the city. That all of the existing memorandums of understanding for historic collections at the Carnegie Library would transfer to the library district, and the balance of funds collected by the city for a library and for other library purposes would also transfer to the library district. Next slide, please. Then we also asked, at council's request, we asked the LDAC to weigh in on community engagement. The LDAC group recommends the following: that council conduct a public engagement process about reallocating current library funds and reducing or eliminating current sales tax levies. They recommend the elimination of the current charter library dedicated 0.333 mill levy after the library district is funded. They recommend that we improve community understanding about the services the library district property tax could fund. They ask that we initiate that engagement early, provide factual and clear information about the cost impacts, and collaborate with the county on those communications. They did specify some focused groups that they felt we should reach out to: the city and county businesses, county renters and homeowners, and community members who are marginalized, excluded, or underrepresented. And the next slide, please. So just a brief overview of our meeting with the Boulder Board of County Commissioners. We presented to them on Chris, Janet, and I presented to them on January 27th. Much like the preview that you got today, the cost of library services, the proposed library district boundary, what a district is. We gave them the Library District Advisory Committee's revisions to the map, and then also the proposed mill rate. You can see here some of the commissioner feedback that we received. They expressed uniform concern over the Spanish Hills and Marshall Fire impact. One commissioner requested information and engagement be done and incorporated, and we will provide that for them. I think we have provided that for them now in a memo. And then also asked what the community's current sentiment is about forming a library district since the last poll was done in 2019. And I don't know, is there another slide? Here we arrive at the questions. So the questions for council about the LDAC recommendations. And council, we do have 3 members of the LDAC. They elected 3 representatives to be here with you tonight. If you choose to direct questions specifically to them, we would deeply appreciate it if they've had the feedback. We also, as city staff, we are going to defer to them in the case where you're asking why they arrived at a certain recommendation, and city staff will weigh in if necessary. But the questions are: does the council have questions or feedback about the Library District Advisory Committee's recommendations? Council support the draft proposed library district boundary and mill levy for the purpose of issuing a public notice? And what feedback does council have about additional information and community engagement to be conducted by staff prior to April 5th public hearing? Thank you.
Thank you, David. So that concludes part 1. We got a couple more questions here from staff for us to answer. I see Aaron's hand, then Bob, then Nicole. Go for it, Aaron.
Yeah, thanks for all that, David. I have a few questions. Before I ask those, I just want to give a huge thank you to the LDAC. You all did an extraordinary job. I was really impressed with the deep thought that you put into it and some really stellar recommendations. So really appreciate your service on this important topic for our community. First question is, so those proposed district boundaries, Has that incorporated the very recent changes to the precincts that the county commissioners did, I think just like a week and a half ago? Have we looked at how that might impact the layout of the map?
I can answer that question, Aaron. It does not currently include those. We are working with the county clerk and recorder's office. They are finalizing their detailed maps, and we're supposed to get those next week. And then we would re-examine the map to see where there were any precinct boundaries that may have changed, and what that might mean for changes to the proposed district boundary. So that is teed up to be able to have that work completed prior to an April public hearing.
Okay, great. Yeah, well, hopefully hopefully the changes weren't drastic enough that they would, impact the overall shape of things, but I'm glad to hear you're on it. No surprise. And then talking about what areas get included, I heard the county commissioners' concerns about including areas that were impacted by the Marshall Fire. Do we have any ability to stage the size of the district, like to say, okay, we'll express an intention to expand in 5 years, or to say, okay, we're going to include all of it for now, but any property that was burned in the fire gets a no mill levy added in for 5 years? Or do we have flexibility in those kinds of areas?
Well, I guess I would look to Kim on the annexation issue. And if you want to answer the taxation issue, that would be fine too, or I could do it.
Yeah, with regard to the taxation issue, the tax has to be uniform across the district. And with regard to the expanded boundaries, there are no annexation or inclusion provisions in the library law. So you have to choose your boundaries and they remain.
Okay, choose wisely. Could we separately run a program, like a grant program, like funded out of the county or the city and the county, to say, hey, folks whose properties were burned, we're going to grant you a rebate through general fund dollars for the incremental amount of the library tax?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess that's something I might recommend that we take to our discussion with the county commissioners, since we only get one crack at it. To maybe, I'm into a comment here, but I'll just throw out what I'm talking. That maybe include the full areas, but shelter those folks whose homes were burned from any incremental additional taxes for some period of time through a separate program. Last question. So one of the recommendations from the LDAC was that the commissioners appoint their own successors, and then those would get ratified. I believe there's a way. Is there an alternative where the city council and the county commissioners could continue to have a role in the appointment of future trustees, so that there was still some elected body oversight of the composition of that body of the library trustees over time?
You want to take that, Kim?
Sure, David. Under the statute, there's the provision states that the two establishing entities can form a committee to do the appointments and then keep that in place, or delegate the authority to the library board to recommend new appointees. Then those recommended appointees are either automatically appointed after 60 days, or there has to be a 2/3 vote of the establishing bodies to make the appointment. So you have a veto power, and you also have the ability to maintain this committee.
Thanks for that. I have a couple comments, but I'll wait till other people have asked their questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. Bob, you're up, and then Nicole, then Tara, and then, oh, hey, Joni, you had your hand up. Were you trying to respond to one of Aaron's points?
Yeah, I think
okay, go for it.
The shorthand here for what the Library District Advisory Committee recommended isn't really accurate. We did not recommend that the library trustees appoint their successors. We recommended that the library trustees do the vetting for the candidates that are then put forward through the elected bodies to be appointed. It was our understanding that the elected bodies always do the appointment. It's just a question of who does the initial work of identifying candidates and screening. So that's just what I wanted to clarify.
Thanks, Johnny.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that, Joni. Appreciate that. Bob, Nicole, and Tara.
Yeah, I'll have a lot of comments at the appropriate time, whenever that is, whether it's tonight or during the negotiations about real estate transfer and governance and areas of influence and the 3 times tax and so on and so forth. So I'll save those till whenever it's appropriate. But I do have a question, which I think is directed to Chris Meschuk. Chris, one of the questions you've asked us is, are we comfortable with the tax rate? Because I understand that's one of the things you'd like to hear from us tonight, assuming that library district's formed. And I can't answer that question unless I have some sense of where the community is. Typically, what the city does is when we're going to propose, I know it's technically not the city proposing the tax, it's the library district, but it really is the city. So let's kind of get over that legal nicety. Typically, when the city is proposing a tax increase or tax extension, we go out to the community and we poll them to sense where they're at on this, because the pollsters will tell you that you want to have about 60 or 65% of the people in a poll, in a survey, telling you in advance that that they're in favor of this. Otherwise, the likelihood that the tax will pass is low. And I know that there was a survey done about 3 years ago, which had about a 45% yes answer. And that was done by a firm out of Vermont. And then there were some methodology concerns about that. And in any event, setting that aside, that's 3 years old, and a lot of stuff has happened in the last 3 years. So are we going to do some polling? Because I feel a little naked going, publishing a notice in the Daily Camera on March 1 and informing the library district on April 5th and kind of burning down this road towards a big fat tax increase without having any idea where our taxpayers are on this. Is there a possibility we could get a poll done in the next maybe 45, 60 days to find out where people are sitting on that?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Bob. And there's a couple of things in there, and I'll probably look to David Farnan to help me a little bit with some of the details here. And I think to your point that you made, which is a good one, which is the ballot measure itself for the mill levy to fund the district would actually be an action of the library district as a governmental entity, as you described. So it wouldn't be the city council putting that measure on the ballot. It would be the library district as a governmental entity. And we did do statistically valid polling in the past. And David, that's where you may need to help me with what the outcome of that was, because I don't have that right here in front of me. And so there was some polling that was done then, and then there was a community survey or poll that was done recently as well. And at this point, there has not been a recommendation to do additional polling, and open to hearing what other council members have to say. But David, do you mind sharing, because I think you're good at remembering this off the top of your head, of what the results of that were, if you've got it there in front of you, and if not, sorry for putting you on the spot.
I confess I don't have it in front of me. What I can say is I will. There were disputes over the methodology. I think we had memos both from a critic and then also a response to that critic from the actual pollster. And I believe the number that you're referring to, Bob, the first number that you're referring to that had lower level of support was a number significantly higher than what we're currently asking. So we were at that was the result of whatever we were thinking at that time. But we asked residents what it would look like for 4.6 mils. And so at that level, there was, arguable, whichever way you want to look at it, arguable whether there was support or not. The second question was at a level more in line with what we're currently asking, at around a 3.7 or a 3.8 mils, I believe it was 3.85 mils. And at that level, it had a much higher level of support. I believe it was in the neighborhood of 60 or 65% in favor of that. So yeah, we asked at that time 4 different levels of funding. The first one was not one that anyone was proposing, but nevertheless, at that time, we were still discussing what it would look like if the city put a dedicated tax and funded the library at the expanded service level levels. And so to do that would be about 20% more than what the current taxing rate is with the broader boundaries. Does that answer your question, Bob, on that poll?
Yeah, I didn't have a question about the poll. I have the poll right in front of me, so I didn't need any.
Okay, I don't.
That. But I guess my question is, I guess I have two more questions, and I'll stop on this line of questions. One is, does anyone on this call have an opinion about whether a 3-year-old poll is still valid?
And Bob, I don't know if that, I'm guessing that may have been a question for other council members, but I did want to.
It's a question for anybody who can answer it.
Got it. The other piece I did want to just jump in really quick on that I didn't answer in the first part of your question is in terms of the timing of a poll. Our typical experience when we do a statistically valid poll is that it's typically in the range of 12 to 14 weeks or so that we spend on that, from the contracting process through the tabulation of detailed results. We do believe that that can be done faster, closer in the 8-week range if it were on an accelerated timeline, assuming, granted, it meets the city's purchasing procedures. So that's what our understanding is in terms of the timing.
Yeah, I've heard that too, Chris, that we could, especially since we've already polled once, so it's not like we have to reinvent the wheel here. Actually, I think it's been polled twice, once by the city and then once a private party did a poll last year. And so I would think the 60 days would be, and I've talked to a pollster, I know that they can do it in 60 days. So it seems like that's doable. You mentioned the technicality of the library district would be actually asking the question, but isn't it true that if we form the library district, they actually wouldn't have any money to pay for a poll though, right?
The district itself as a governmental entity would exist kind of essentially on paper with that board of trustees.
Right.
And then whether they looked to the city and the county or whether they look to private philanthropy to fund that poll would be kind of potentially their choice, and could be a part of an IGA discussion if they were looking.
Right, but if we wanted to get a poll, this is a chicken or egg problem again, right? If we wanted to get a poll done to know if we wanted to form a library district, we can't like form the library district and then tell them do a poll and then they say, well, we don't really have any money, and then they come back to us and ask for money, and that 60 days doesn't start until May or June or sometime that's too late. But if we started it now, we could presumably get an answer by April and be better informed to make a decision, right?
If you chose to go that route, that would be something that we could try and do.
Yeah, okay, that's great. I'll have lots more questions, but that's good for now.
All right, thanks, Bob. Nicole, you're up.
Thank you. I'm just going to start by responding to that last question Bob asked about the survey. And this is not really a path I would love to go down. I think so. Yeah, I went back and read the survey results from 2019. At that point, there was actually a 7-point spread using the kind of questionable methodology that folks had with there were many more voters or potential voters saying that they wanted the library district, even with that higher mill rate, than there were not. And I think like from this last election, we were talking about a 5-point difference as being kind of decisive on one of the measures. So, to me, that feels pretty significant. And, the other thing that I noted about the survey that I thought was really interesting, and I think the international survey firm that did it noted the same thing, was that over 90% of the people that they surveyed viewed the library as very favorable. I think it was like over 96% even. I mean, I think, libraries are probably right up there in our communities with puppies. It's just something that people really love. And I think in the last 13 years, we haven't failed to get a new tax passed, right? So I'm not too concerned about this. The other thing is that the survey from last spring, less than a year ago, was by Drake, which I think was the person who kind of criticized that first survey a bit. And as I understand it, from that survey, they showed that 50% of Boulder City residents were in favor of increasing property taxes by $250 per $1 million home for the library district. Only 31% were opposed. So if anything, during the course of the pandemic, that point difference shifted a lot. I mean, that's almost a 20% point difference, and that wasn't including kind of the unsure voters too. So it feels to me like, we've got the information that we need from the polls. I don't feel like it's an expense that would really give us a lot more information, given how favorably people in our community view the libraries. So anyway, long-winded, data-oriented response to your question, Bob. So sorry for taking that a little bit long there. I actually had a question for the LDAC representatives who are here. And I'm just curious if you could tell us a little bit about why you wanted to support the full extended library master plan.
Hi, my name is Alicia Gibbs-Seidel, and I was one of the LDAC appointees. I can try to answer that question for you. So one of the, so a little bit about my history is that I was on the Library Commission from 2014 to 2018. And then I rolled over to the Library Foundation after that. So I'm now the board president on the Boulder Library Foundation. And I think one of the, reasons that everybody in that group sort of wholeheartedly supported funding the library to that level was due to the library's community involvement that we did during that master planning, right? And so we had the master plan that was 2018 approved by City Council, and to get there was a ton of different kinds of community involvement that the library did throughout that plan. And so to me, it was, taking all of the data from that plan and everything that it took to get there, all those conversations with community members, that we really realized that people really wanted a lot more from the library. And I think that's really, what's gotten us here in this room tonight is how much people in this community do love their library and really want more out of the library and want it funded to that full extent, with all the programming and things that go into the library that they really know and love.
Thank you. And just to follow up for that, on that question, and this may be partly for David as well. It sounds like one of the things that I kind of read, in your recommendations and just in some of the discussions previously, that it really is about getting our services to kind of an optimal place for what the community is looking for, and making, better, more appropriate, more efficient services for the community. And it sounds like you and the Library Commission, as well as David as the director of the libraries, kind of are both bringing your expertise to that and saying, hey, this is kind of what we need in order to meet the needs of the community. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think that would be a very fair assessment. And, there's other past commissioners that were also part of that group as well, who were also part of the master planning process. And I think we all, want to see our work really actually put out there, right? So yeah.
Great. And I'm just wondering about that 0.33 mils in dedicated property tax spending. I think you're recommending refunding it to the taxpayers. And I was just wondering if you could talk about that recommendation a little bit.
I'll take that. One of the things that came up in the conversation that I think was a little bit of a surprise to many of us was how much interest there is in the community in what's going to happen to the freed up dollars. And so that was a topic of a lot of conversation. I think we touched on that at 3 different meetings. And there was certainly sentiment by some people that this is something council should answer before the election. And then as we talked through the process and, when the money would be available, we realized that really wasn't likely, that just wasn't realistic. And so our recommendation to have a robust process came from that. There was certainly sentiment that we were hearing from community members, because part of our charge was to go out and talk to people. And there was certainly some people who were saying, well, if you're going to raise taxes, you can lower anything. And we thought, sales tax is a tough one to look at lowering for a whole lot of reasons. But this property tax, which was dedicated to the library, by the way, in 1907, when Andrew Carnegie made his grant to build the first library, We felt that this was a pretty easy thing for the city to give up. If you leave it in place and it's still going to the library, you're kind of double taxing city folks. And it seemed to us like an easy kind of thing to do. And I would also say that within the context of this conversation, we also talked a lot about hoping that council would consider some benefits to small businesses when you look at the reallocation of this funding, because we recognized the impact to them. And I think you saw in the recommendation, we actually asked staff to quantify that with some examples. And while the library district itself cannot differentiate taxes, there are things the library could do to provide services to businesses that would be helpful. And there may be things that the city could do in the reallocation of funding that would also be helpful in terms of grant programs or something like that. So all of that was kind of lumped together in our conversation about that third of a mil.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thanks for mentioning that too. And I think, this goes back to Erin's point as well. I know that's part for later, but I love that idea. Thank you for thinking about that too. May I ask one more question, Matt, or do we need to?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say that conversation about reallocation is coming up in part 2. So hopefully we'll get some more thoughts and staff will talk in greater detail. So I know you primed that conversation, and so I'm sure there's more to discuss, but I just want to let you know that that's coming up in a little bit in case you've got more thoughts on that front. But go ahead. If you got another question, go for it.
Yep, last one. And I was just wondering if somebody from LDAC could speak to how the recommendations align with the city's equity goals.
Before someone does, I just want to also acknowledge that we have 3 members from our Library District Advisory Committee. And just so for people watching and just for everybody, just so we know that we have Joni and Alicia, and I believe we also have Joanna. So we have 3 people from our Library District Advisory Committee. So just so we know where we can get some information and reference some of the great work that's being done. So either of the 3 of you want to take that, go for it.
You gonna take it, Alicia?
I'll start out and then I'll let you finish. How about that? So I was just going to mention that, one of the things that we really discussed in this LDAC was the most fair and equitable way to fund the library. And that's why we sort of, looked at who is using the library in our community and make sure that, the city isn't paying for a service that's really, going up into the mountains and doing all kinds of things. And so one of the things of why that map looks so funny was because we wanted to be fair and equitable about who is getting, who is paying for the library services, right? And then the other thing was moving it to a property tax. We also felt like that was the most fair and equitable way to pay for a library district because, the who owns the property, who has more in the community is paying more for the library, right? And so basically being able to make sure that the sort of haves in the community are paying their fair share. And similarly within the community, the community engagement piece, we really thought was another really important piece to make sure that there was, equity and inclusion out there in the community to make sure that everybody kind of knows what's going on. And that's kind of why we added those bullet points into the recommendation and make sure that the voters aren't like surprised by this, right? We want everybody to understand the math and everybody to understand the problems that we're facing. And so that's why we also included specific groups even within that recommendation of community engagement to make sure that it was done equitably. Johnny, what did I forget?
Well, in terms of the city's, how it aligns with the city's equity goals, that is something we actually talked about quite a bit. We asked the library to talk to us about what they are doing now in terms of equity programs. And one of the big gaps in the library services right now is outreach to underserved populations. That's been a gap that was identified in the 2007 master plan, and it's still a gap today. That was something that the committee thought was really important to fill, and that's a big objective of the master plan funding. There was also discussion about the various policies that the city has adopted, and that's one of the things that took us to the comp plan, frankly, because the comp plan is kind of the city's Bible. And there are all these policies in there about equity as well as other things. The library currently follows those, and we thought it was important that the library continue that. So we called out in the appendix to our report certain specific policies that we thought were important for the library, and a lot of those went to equity as well. I would say that right now, I think the library services don't really align very well with the city's equity goals. I mean, one of the things that we've been most concerned about is that the Boulder Reads program and the Reading Buddies programs, which are two programs that really serve underserved, are very much underfunded. The manager for those programs has not been they don't have authority to hire, and I think it even may have been a permanent reduction. So that's an example of kind of how the left hand and the right hand aren't working together as the city tries to balance the budget. We also talked about wages for librarians because they're at the low end of the city's wage scale, and we thought it was important for the trustees to have the ability to raise wages, to allow people who work at the library to live here if they can. And so when we looked at the 3.7 to 3.8 mils, that was one of the things we tried to look at. Is there enough in there for them to raise that as well? So that we talked about equity, I think, in about half of the meetings.
Can I add one thing? This is Joanna Rosenblum, and Nicole, thank you for that question. The other thing that we did is when we got the number on the mill levy rate, we looked at that rate through the lens of three different groups. We looked at its impact on renters, and that would be apartment renters. We didn't get into home renters. We looked at it from people living in affordable housing, and we looked at it from the lens of small businesses, because we felt that in terms of the impact of carrying the tax, how would that impact those groups? And it wasn't like we had a lot of time or we could hire a consultant. So the answer we got was direct, kind of more directionally correct than a grand study, but it gave us a sense that the tax is really effective in minimizing the impact on lower income people.
Thank you all. And just thank you for all the work that's gone into this, not just over the last few months, but really the last years in a pandemic too.
All right, Tara, then Mark.
Okay, a few things. So first of all, I'm wondering if you checked in with the seniors. I think I was thinking about Aaron's remarks about a grant program, and I think that will be super important because of the property taxes were recently increased. And when I went door to door, although this is anecdotal, I spoke to a lot of seniors who could they were so upset about the rising property tax, the recent one. And they said, we don't know how we're going to make it. We might have to sell our house. We can't handle it, because they have a fixed income or because they're disabled and again have a fixed income. And then for some people who are middle class or lower class, that also the property, when you buy a home for $100,000 and then 10 years later, it's like so much more, you're not prepared to pay those high property taxes. And so now we are asking people to pay more for their property taxes. I'm wondering if you got a chance to talk to the seniors and what they said. That's my first question. And my second question is, can they get grants? The people that are struggling with property taxes that they already can't pay because they bought their houses so long ago when it was so much cheaper, what do they do if they can't afford those property taxes? And then as far as the small business owners, I think somebody told me today that they're paying 4 to 5 times the amount of residences when it comes to property taxes. I'm super concerned that in this time of the pandemic / supply chain issues / labor issues and inflation and so many things, how this is going to stress them out. Did you talk to a lot of small business owners? Was it just give me the background of that, and then I'll give all my other questions. You could whoever can answer them, that will be fine. The other thing that I was thinking about when it comes to the ballot language is when you say the words mill levy, I'm pretty sure mostly nobody knows what that means except people who have studied it. So are you going to be clear on the ballot that it is an increase in property tax, or are you getting what type of language? I'm always complaining about government speak, and government transparency is important. So I feel like the community needs to know what mill levy actually means. That's my other thing. So I think super concerned about those that have been affected by the pandemic and the recent problems in the past few years. That's why Bob's idea of a poll is not necessarily a bad one, because whatever happened 2 years ago is like a new world. And so because I want the library to succeed and the ballot measure to succeed, I want to make sure that it is something the community says, yes, this is great, versus no, this is too much. And so that's why I'm bringing all this up. Anybody can answer. I know that was a lot.
I can respond to at least the first part. Again, our charge was not specifically to go out and do community engagement. We were only there for 4 months. We did talk about the issues affecting seniors. And to be clear, the assessment rate has not gone up. It's the value of homes that has gone up that's driving the property tax rate. We learned in the course of this that I think many people are aware of the homestead exemption, where seniors can get a percentage off of their property taxes. And I think many seniors take advantage of that. There is also a provision in state law that allows people over 65 to defer their property taxes entirely until they sell their home or transfer it to someone else. And I think that's not a program that's as well known as it should be. And that's something that people can take advantage of. You apply for it each year. The state actually makes up the difference in that. So the county or the district or whatever, all the local governments are made whole. So that gave us some comfort, at least as far as helping with seniors. I think Joanna, we had mentioned earlier that we had looked a little bit at small businesses, and Joanna had mentioned the sort of snapshots that we did. We do think that's a concern. In Boulder, I think there are some businesses that probably can afford property tax increases well. There are some smaller local ones that I think it would be more of a challenge for. And we really did hope that the county, or excuse me, the city and the district can come up with ways to address that. Joanna or Alicia, is there anything you would add to that?
I would just add, so you understand the process we used, because we didn't really have time or resources to go do deep dives. But, and David, correct me if I'm wrong here, but David did find some national statistics on small businesses. And I think it went something like 50% of small businesses are run out of homes. And if it's run out of a home, then it's included in the residential property tax. There's no separate business tax per se. Of the 50% that rent office space or store space, retail space, 10% are owners, and those people will be impacted because, yes, the businesses are taxed at such a higher rate than the residential. But for the 40% who lease, we just looked at one business, and it had an annual rent of $42,000 to rent retail space. I'm gonna say it was the Meadow Shopping Center, but I'm not 100% sure about that. And the increase in the monthly rent from the assessment of the library tax was about 0.75%. So it felt manageable. That being said, it is almost anecdotal because it wasn't a big deep dive, but it kind of gave us a sense, and that's what we based our decision on.
If I could add the survey of renters, both residential and commercial, was very limited and done in a short period of time. I think we looked at 8 of each. So we found actual places for rent. I then went on to the county assessors, found the property values of those individual properties, did the assessed rate on the percentage of how much the small business would actually take up within the confines of the overall building, either from a commercial or from a residential point of view, and then assumed that the landlord would pass the entirety of that cost on to the tenant. And so that in a commercial lease, that shows up in triple net. In in a residential lease, it probably shows up in an annual increase. But yeah, the numbers, if the full amount was passed on to the tenant, mostly turned out is less than, in a multi-tenant building, it was, less than 1 or 2%.
Nicole, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for noticing. I was trying to jump in there with a quick colloquy, which was just that, I think that the library also provides a bunch of services to seniors as well. And so I just kind of wanted to raise that point too. In the process of this discussion, like one of the things that I learned in kind of preparing for tonight was that David, you all had actually called every senior in Boulder over the age of 65 who was a card holder, and maybe in this entire region in April, shortly after the pandemic began, just to check on their well-being. So I think just lifting up this idea that the library provides so many benefits, often to those who are retired and home and don't sort of have others to check in on them. And the other thing I just wanted to ask, this may be a question for some of the finance people, or Joanna, you seem to know a lot about this. My understanding is that 4 times greater increase for businesses, that comes from the Gallagher Amendment, not from, it's not like we kind of control that. So this just another point where we could think about how we could help the businesses offset this increase for a bit while they're in recovery. So I think that was a question. Is that correct? But I saw you nod.
I saw about 10 heads. I saw about 10 heads
Okay,
nod. So I think there was some pretty good confirmation of that.
Yeah. I know not everybody who's listening can watch. So thank you.
And then with regard
Tara,
to
go ahead, David. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, there was just part of the question about ballot titles, and the taxpayer bill of rights in the state constitution has a lot of requirements about what has to be disclosed in any measure that raises taxes, and I think a lot of those issues are just they're covered. Well, the Constitution actually doesn't give you a lot of options in terms of how you draft your ballot titles. They have a recipe in there, and it includes, the tax, identifying the tax that you're raising, and then the amount of revenue that would be generated by the tax as well.
The reason why I brought all this up is not because I'm against a library district, by the way, but I'm assuming that the community would have all of these questions. So I know this is our time. I hope nobody takes it in any other way. I know this is our time to clarify for the community any questions they could have, and this is the time we should be doing it, I would assume. Thank you very much.
Was that all your questions there, Tara? Awesome. I see I've got Mark, Lauren, then Junie.
Okay, thank you. First, I'm actually surprised that the library doesn't get 100% approval ratings. 96 actually seems a little low to me. But the approval of a 3.8 mil levy is going to be somewhere below 96%. And I do think we are missing an opportunity to at least poll and make sure that the community is with us on this issue. At the end of the day, none of this is going to fall on the library district. If it is unsuccessful or if the tax is rejected, we are going to look bad. And we are going to look as if we are imposing something on the community that they don't want. I'm hoping that's not the case, but it would be nice to know that in advance. And so I think there's a utility to at least doing a poll. That's my first point. My second point is I have a problem here. I've had several conversations, Joni, with you and other advocates for the library district, and we've heard about it at meetings. And the common theme had been, look at all the money that we're freeing up for you to do other things, to improve homeless services or do more affordable housing or whatever. Now it's being marketed as a tax reduction opportunity. We will raise money for the library and you can commensurately lower tax rates so that it becomes a net zero proposition. We can do that. But if we do that, we've taken away what had been marketed to us as the primary reason for proceeding along these lines. It becomes net zero for everything other than the library. And so can you please tell me why we have changed basically your marketing point of view, and how you really expect us to deal with that?
Yeah, I can respond to that. And with respect, Mark, we haven't changed our position at all. We have always said that going forward with the library district gives us sustainable funding for the library, and it frees up money for the city to use on other things. And there's $0.33 in property tax that is currently dedicated to the library that we think it would make sense for the city to let go of. We've been consistent on that since 2018. The Library District Advisory Committee had some other things to say about possibly looking at reducing sales tax and that sort of stuff. So that came from the LDAC. That did not come from those of us who have been championing this from the beginning. We've been very consistent.
Okay, then I appreciate that, because then I would have to take a little bit of issue with the LDAC recommendations on that, because if there's no benefit to the city of Boulder, it's not necessarily a good thing to do. And I'm in favor of doing a fair library district, but there have to be some terms and conditions that are satisfactory to us. And simply providing more money to the library and less money to everybody else doesn't really meet my criteria. It may meet everybody else's, but that's a different story.
Alicia, I see your hand up before.
Yeah, just to respond to that, the LDAC is effectively saying the same thing that Johnny is saying, just that 0.333 mill levy. That's what they're saying is, hey, give that back to the taxpayers, right? The rest of it, like, figure out what to do with it. And I think it would be, from the LDAC's perspective and the questions that we were getting from the community really kind of wanted to know where council was going to end up putting this money. And I think that's, like Johnny said, that's not exactly like, the timing is not perfect on that, but any kind of direction, I think that's the number one question you're going to get is, what are you going to do with all the rest of this money? And so I think that is probably anything that you could give the community, I think they're going to be very grateful for on that front.
Well, I'm not sure how grateful the community will be to have a 3.8 increase versus a 1/3 of a mill decrease, but perhaps they're focused more on the 1/3 of a mill. I'm just not sure they're going to see it as quite equal.
I guess let me say it a different way. I'm sorry, I wasn't being clear. I think as a taxpayer, taxpayers want to know where their dollars are going, right?
Well,
and so they understand that, like, this chunk won't be going to the library anymore. So I think the more you could clarify about where it's going, the better this, this election could go. And what the LDAC recommends is that library tax, that small third of a mill, go back to the taxpayers.
I would agree with that recommendation. I would, however, say to people who want that direction, if this is passed in 2022 and there's a transition year in 2023, we will be dealing with 2024. We will not know who is on council. We have no legal capacity to bind that council. And so when people say, what are you going to do with the money? The answer is, who knows?
Hey, Mark, hold on, Johnny and Mark. We're going to touch on this in part 2, and so let's save some of this conversation for that, because that'll be a little bit more of a narrower conversation in part 2.
Absolutely, Matt.
Yeah, let's try to address some of these questions that we got here. Awesome. I appreciate your flexibility, Mark. But I want to make sure we get to Lauren and then Aaron, and then hopefully we can sum up some of these questions before moving on to part 2. Lauren, you're up.
Thanks, Matt. So I have a question for some of the LDAC members. Specifically, we've sort of been talking a fair amount about surveying or polling. And so I was wondering if you would like to support that, having the city run a poll or survey, and sort of why or why not. And also, I heard some comments about, not having the time or resources to do a deep dive on different kinds of information. And so also just curious if there is any information that you would like to see the city try and provide or do a deep dive on as we're working towards this agreement.
And I'll field that, Lauren. We did not discuss a poll, so we really can't make any representations about where the LDAC might have been on polling. We did have a lot of conversation about community engagement and felt that it was important for the city to have a robust community engagement process and to start that as soon as possible. We were a little concerned with the understanding that there really hasn't been much planning for that to date, and we know money and staff are tight in the city. So that's really where we went. I think the LDAC was more concerned with making sure the big picture information is available. You can get way down in the weeds with this library district stuff. But for the community, we wanted to make sure that the top level information about cost and impact and benefit and what the library services are, that is what is communicated to the community. And you'll see that in the recommendation.
Thank you.
You good, Lauren?
Yeah, I mean, unless any other members want to expand on that, I think I'm good.
All right, Aaron, then Bob.
All right, is it all right if I weigh in with comments in terms of answers to the other questions?
Yeah, please go for it.
Yeah,
I think we've done enough of a round robin, so I think we can start to hit that section before we move to part 2.
Great. Okay. Well, we had lots of questions about the LDAC's recommendations. My one bit of feedback is that as we move to the IGA negotiations, to consider how the trustees are appointed, I think it's worth considering doing a committee of city council and the county commissioners instead of the recommendation from the trustees. I don't think it's critical, but I think it's worth considering. So I just would like to consider that as we move forward into the IGA negotiation stage. I do support the boundaries. The proposed boundaries will be interesting to see if the precinct changes affect it at all. Hopefully not. And just reiterate my comment before about the idea of sizing it for the long term, for the permanent, future of the library district, and looking at grant programs for those affected by the fires. That could be a joint city-county collaboration for a grant program there. I think the mill levy is set appropriately. I think libraries are like puppies, like Nicole said, and I think people would very much appreciate the additional services that level of mill levy would support without it being too high or extreme. So I think you're right on the right track there. And then I thought that LDAC also had a great recommendation on community outreach. So like you said, start it early, do it often, and reach out to those underserved communities and with a robust engagement plan. And I'm comfortable moving forward with the currently imagined timeline of an April 5th approximate joint hearing with the county commissioners. I appreciate the point about the polling and more information being potentially useful, but I would say we have gotten a couple polls on this topic, 1 year and in 2019, and I think Nicole summarized well the good information that we've gotten out of that. And that ultimately, from my experience in the community and what I've heard around town over the last several years discussing this concept, I think it's clear that there's a strong potential support for the district. And ultimately, we can go to the voters and they can say yay or nay to the mill levy in the fall. So great work, everybody. I'm looking forward to moving to the next steps.
Thanks, Aaron. Bob, you're up.
Yeah, I was going to do the same thing that Aaron did. So Aaron, thanks for kicking us off on comments. I guess it sounds to me like this is, I know we're going to talk a little bit about reallocation here in a second, so I'll save those comments for later. But if this is our last chance to speak about what we think about the draft IGA before we actually take a vote, it sounds like maybe in April on a library district, I'll just weigh in and I'll tell you the things that would have to change for me to get behind the library district. I'm not sure I would support it. Even
Bob, hold on. Sorry, I think because we were going to try to talk about the larger IGA discussion sort of at the end there, once we sort of finish some of those main questions. I think Mark had some IGA questions as well. And so we sort of wanted to table the larger discussion of IGA details, unless I heard that a little bit wrong, we were trying not to dive deeper into the comments about the IGA as a whole, because I think we were trying to stay pretty high level, but we can dip in that once we sort of check some of these questions off and finish presentation too. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, I did. I was just following Aaron's lead. I thought he was getting into the IGA. So let me just be clear on the process here. We're breaking this conversation into 3 or 4 parts. So right now you want to know only about because Aaron talked about governance and some other things in April. So I was just kind of curious, like, what are the boundaries of what we're allowed to talk about now?
Well, I thought there was some larger points about the specifics of the IGA that were being referenced that seemed to be a little bit more detailed than beyond the questions here. And so I just wanted to sort of flag that for a piece that was going to come sort of after these main 5 questions were sort of resolved, where we could dive into that sort of to some extent. I just didn't want to necessarily dive to all those pieces because that wasn't a specific question that we were necessarily being asked about the IGA, considering it comes up later. But if we wanted to nibble at it now, that it would sort of just be a separate conversation piece at the end. Now, if everybody wants to do that a little differently, that's fine. I just noticed it was a separate piece and wanted to sort of pull that out so it could be sort of easier to cull all the IGA related comments together.
Okay. Well, I mean, some of these are IGA related comments as far as the boundary and the tax and governance, which Aaron just talked about. But if you want me to save all my comments till the end, I'm happy to do that too. I don't care. We can talk about whenever. They're going to be the same comments, whether they get them now or get them in an hour.
You know, I'll defer to maybe David or David Farnan or David Gear and maybe Nuria where they want to go with that. I just didn't know if we wanted to sprinkler all these IGA comments throughout these or parse that out separately to make it easier to call. So since you guys are taking this information in, I defer as to where you want that placed.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And perhaps, Matt, what I suggest is I'm hearing how the conversation is going, that let's get them now as part of the part 1 conversation. Although I really appreciate you're trying to make sure that the questions staff are asking are getting answered. So if we can do both of those, get those questions and do those, and then we'll go to part 2, if that's all right. So.
Yeah, and Nuria, if I might add to that, the critical information is, you know, are we ready to go forward to an April meeting with the Board of County Commissioners? And we would like especially some feedback on both the boundary, you know, the support for the boundaries for the purposes of the notice, as well as the mill levy amount. And of course, all of your thoughts tie into the IGA because, you know, at this point it's drafted in a manner that's consistent with LDAC's recommendations. So we're all ears.
So Matt, when you're ready.
Yeah, go for it, Bob. Yeah, if you want to throw that in there.
So in answer to David's question, the answer is no, not ready to go forward. In at least 5 general areas, I have a lot of other areas, but at least in 5 general areas. And if the next time we're going to talk about this is in April, I might as well get them out now, because I wouldn't want to raise these in April and have people go like, oh gosh, I wish you would have raised those in February, because here we are in front we're trying to make it a vote tonight. So number 1, I think Lauren asked a really, really great question. Why not poll? Because what I'd hate to do is get to April, have staff done anything on polling, and then we say, gosh, it would really be great to poll, and then it's gonna be too late. So why not poll? You know, the poll that was done in 2019, whether it was flawed or not, showed 45% support at, as David pointed out, a slightly higher level. And in exactly this mill levy, it was 49%. Now, pollsters will tell you you need to have 60 to 65%, not 50%, not 51%, 60 to 65%. So even if we were to rely on the 2019 poll, which is stale and possibly defective, we're not even close to that. So let's find out. I mean, why not? I mean, it's going to cost us $50,000. Why would we wait to April and say, gosh, I wish we would have made that decision in February. So let's make that decision now. And let's pull the trigger and do the poll. Because without a poll, I'm not going to be supporting this at all. So, and I don't know why we would not. It's not like the LDAC didn't even talk about this. So let's do the poll. Let's get it done. Let's bring it to the April meeting, and let's see what the taxpayers say about it. Because we can form a library district on paper, but as Adam Swetlick famously said last year, all that really matters is the vote on the tax. Because if the tax doesn't fly, all the rest of this is just talk. The area of influence we haven't talked about tonight. I thought Mark raised that eloquently in his hotline post. That's something that's going to be a pretty hot topic. I don't care if we talk about it tonight or talk about it in April, but that's going to be a pretty big issue. Aaron raised issues in governance. We're going to have a discussion about that. We can again talk about that tonight or talk about it in April. We're going to have that conversation at some point in time. We've alluded to the, whether we should have 3 bites of the apple, 2 bites of the apple, or our typical 1 bite of the apple, which is we go to the voters and say, do you want this tax or not? And if they say no, then we kind of consider what we want to do next. So that's a discussion we have to have either tonight or in April, but I don't want to surprise people if I brought it up the first time in April. And then the real estate transfer, which we really haven't talked about. I didn't see anything in the memo, nor did I hear anything tonight that provides a compelling reason for the transfer by the city to the district of the real estate, other than it's complicated. And I will tell you that doing a lease, transferring real estate and having right of reversion, I will tell you as a real estate lawyer, is highly complicated. It's far more complicated than a lease. So if you're looking for the least complicated thing to do a lease, a $1 lease by the city of the real estate. Don't do a right of reversion and all sorts of other garbage that's going to have to go into a ground lease. So those are 5 big areas. I have lots of little areas of concern. I want to raise them tonight. We don't have to talk about them tonight, but I won't be supporting a library district formation in April unless these are resolved to my satisfaction. Again, talk about it tonight, talk about it between now and April, talk about it at April, but I wanted to give people a heads up that those are concerns that I have.
Thanks, Bob. I see we haven't heard from Rachel much. So Mark, do you mind if we let Rachel go and then we'll circle back to you?
Absolutely. Go for it.
Thanks.
Oh, that's awfully sweet. Thanks. I just have a question about the poll. Like, we considered whether we wanted to re-poll, as I recall, during the last council, and I hate to relitigate things, so I'm unlikely to support a poll, but I just wanted to ask David Farnan, with that, you're talking about a 60% support rate, and Bob's talking about in the 40s, and I have my vague recollection is there was something with that poll, like where the no's were counted as, or the maybes were counted as no's or something. So can you just maybe make sense of the difference between your number and Bob's?
Sure. Thank you very much, Rachel. No, the Center for Research and Public Policy, who is was the vendor that got the contract for the poll, has used the methodology where, especially in a community with a high voter turnout like Boulder. So Boulder, I think at that point had the 3rd highest, Boulder County had the 3rd highest voter turnout in the nation. He used a calculation which assumed that even if people said they didn't know, they would know by the time a ballot arrived. And so he distributed the I don't knows between yeses and nos. So he assumed that they would vote. And it kind of goes back to, I think Councillor Spear was referring to the spread, right? So the spread between those people who said they would say yes and those people who said no, that spread was at whatever 17% or 15%. And then he distributed the I don't knows evenly among those, I mean, according to whatever formula you used, to either a yes or a no category, based on the assumption that most people in Boulder would go to the polls and vote. The person who questioned the methodology said in turn, and this may be where Bob is getting it, that everyone who said I don't know was actually going to vote no. So that was how he interpreted the results. If they said they don't know, he put them in the no category.
Okay, and so that's the difference between a result that was supportive in the 40s versus the 60%.
Yeah, I mean, we could go back to that poll. It has been some time. I don't want to litigate it now. I mean, the pollster is a credible pollster that won the bid through the procurement process that we have, has a good reputation, has a long client list. He wrote a rebuttal of the criticism that was provided to him. I think there were questions from the rebuttal as to whether or not there was any social scientific validity to the notion that people who said I don't know would automatically fall into the no category, which is how he kind of interpreted the result. The critic interpreted the results to suggest that everyone who said I don't know would fall into the no category. And hence there was only 49% support. We ask a lot of questions in that survey, and the main driver of the survey was the affinity rating, right? So he used a number of pages at the beginning of the poll to determine the affinity for the library. That's where the 96% that someone cited comes in, or 92% or whatever it was. That affinity for the library would mean that library supporters, in his experience, would show up to the polls and would vote in an election.
All right, thanks.
And that the affinity would not change. That was the prime. Unless something drastic happened, the affinity ratings were less likely to change.
Thanks for that, David. And so just to weigh in on the repolling question, again, because we did already look at that and we decided to move forward, I don't want to relitigate it tonight and kind of move the goalposts. So I'm supportive of the current timeline that's set up and appreciate the presentations tonight. And Mark, thank you for letting me cut ahead of you.
All right, Mark, and then Nicole after that, and then I'll add a few comments after Nicole.
Well, you may not think I'm so sweet after my comments. Last word on polling. I don't see how it hurts us. Instead of litigating over the methodology of a 3-year-old poll, I just don't understand why we wouldn't want current information. If it's 65-35 in favor of the levy, we can move forward with confidence. If it's 55-45, we can move forward anyway. If it's 60-40 against, it's telling us we're walking into a buzzsaw and there's no reason to be spending the time to do it. I just don't know what the harm or the downside is of finding out. It's a little bit like wanting to go to a doctor and only getting good news. Other issues for me, however, the more substantive issues on the IGA, and they're probably similar to Bob's. These are properties that have been bought with taxpayer funds. I want to keep them in title. I'm happy to lease them for $1 a year. And in terms of the difficulties of doing so, you take the dairy lease and cut and paste, $1 a year, and there you are. It's not that difficult to do that. I think it's the appropriate thing to do. In terms of 3 bites at the apple, I mean, what if this thing loses 55-45? I don't want to be obligated to put it back on the ballot. And I'm very uncomfortable if it does lose, telling the people of Boulder, hey, you're wrong. We're going to give you another opportunity to get right. That's to be an inappropriate way of proceeding. We have the option at any time in our discretion of putting it back on if it loses 51-49, but I don't want an obligation to do that. I like to think we will behave appropriately, and if it's very close and we really want to move forward with this, we'll put it back on. And if it's an 8-point loss, we probably won't. But having an obligation to do that, to me, is a little too far. The partnership for the main library area of influence to me is absolutely a non-starter. I want input from the library district on anything we do in that area. I will appreciate input, but any decisions that are made outside of the boundaries of the library district are to be made by the elected representatives of the Boulder City Council. I don't want to delegate that to some other body and give them a veto power over anything we might do. I have no idea what that might be at the moment, but that's the province of the City Council, not the library district, which will have enough to do on its own. And lastly, on the mill levy, I think it's really quite aggressive. I understand the library wants to get everything that they want, but that will make them the only department in the city of Boulder that gets everything that they want. And there are some impacts resulting from that. We're considering other taxes: homeless tax, affordable housing tax, head tax, transportation tax. After the passage of a 3.8 mill levy, I think the probabilities for passage of any of those become vanishingly small. And if you care about any of those issues or the possibility of raising funds through taxation for any of those issues, you really had to think pretty hard whether 3.8 is a little too aggressive. If that's what the library district wants, and if that's what they want to go to the public with, I'm happy to do that. But let's understand that there's a consequence if it passes at that level. We will have a very difficult time passing anything else to fund social programs that we deem to be necessary. And with that, I'm going to pass it on.
Thanks, Mark. Nicole, and then I'll call myself, and then Junie after that.
Thank you. I just want to state for the record that I absolutely see this as being a social program that is necessary for a community. Mark, I think we talked a little bit about this during the campaign at some point. There is very clear evidence that social infrastructure like libraries literally saves lives during extreme weather events. This is part of climate resilience and resilience for our city. I think, you know, the polling for me, I just don't see what else we're going to get from it. So, you know, I don't think this is something I'm in favor of. It's $50,000 and a bunch of staff time. That doesn't feel like a good use of time, given that we have a survey that's, I think, less than a year old, relatively recent. That was, you know, a year into the pandemic, just as vaccines were starting to come out. So that feels like, you know, pretty good time in terms of waiting against it. And we still had almost a 20-point difference in terms of people supporting it. I think, you know, one of the things that I just kind of want to bring us back to a little bit of a higher view here. This is something that our director of libraries is telling us that we need in order to have effective library services for our community, and the level of services that our community is asking them for. It's something that the library commissioners are, you know, putting forward, as well as a lot of supporters in the community, including the LDAC folks who've spent a bunch of time kind of, you know, looking into this, and really are experts who've brought their expertise here. And I'm just kind of thinking back to our conversation last week when, you know, Mark, you and Bob were both saying, hey, you know, we need to trust staff here, right? Staff are the experts. We shouldn't try to micromanage. And I feel that some of this really does feel like it's trying to micromanage. I think these conversations, this is an issue I've been following for years. And these aren't new conversations. They're kind of the same conversations that are coming up. And you know, I personally would just like to kind of get this moving forward. You know, the libraries have a lot of support in our community. Let's see that, right? We can iron out some details, but you know, staff are telling us this is what's needed in order to provide the level of service that our community is asking for and to sustain our community. And I would really like to see us listen to that.
If I can colloquy for just a minute, a couple of the points that I have raised, when I raised it in my hotline, staff indicated that the alternatives I was suggesting are possible. They didn't say you can't do a lease instead of a conveyance. I'm not micromanaging staff. They acknowledged that that's a direction that one could go. When I raised the issue of how many bites at the apple you get, they acknowledged that it's something that can be discussed. And the partnership for the main library, quote, area of influence, that to me is absolutely a non-starter, because it's delegating to a non-elected body veto power over things that ought to be decided by council. You know, if we do something and it's inappropriate, in a year and a half or so, we get, you know, that there's a way for the community to register its displeasure with us, and they can do that in any way that they think appropriate. There's no way to measure displeasure with respect to the library directors. I mean, they are an unelected, appointed body, and I don't mind taking their input. This is not micromanaging the document, simply saying this is simply an inappropriate provision to put in. And with respect to the lease versus conveyance, I too am an old real estate lawyer, and it's just not a big issue. The issue is, why do you convey? The assets were paid for by the people of Boulder. They ought to be retained by the people of Boulder in ownership. We're giving them under a long-term lease at $1 a year. It's done all the time in the public sector. There's nothing very novel about it. We do it with the dairy. There's no reason not to go in that direction, which, by the way, has served us very well for a long time with the dairy. And they have done what they do, and they do it very well. So none of these things are really micromanaging, but I'm making legal comments. And I don't think there's anything inappropriate about making a legal comment about a legal document. So that's the end of my colloquy.
All right.
Thanks, Mark. No, I appreciate your clarifying that a little bit. And, I just want to point out in terms of, giving the libraries what they need to be sustainable, I think some of this is really coming from the fact that our city, I mean, libraries are sort of one of the first things that we cut whenever there's any kind of crisis. And, we left them, even though they make up about 3% of our city budget, we left them with about 20% of their cuts, right? Really disproportionate. And, they still kind of haven't recovered. So I think part of this is giving the libraries, or at least for me, empowering the libraries to have what they need in order to serve not just Boulder, but, the third of their service area that's outside of Boulder as well.
I was simply pointing out.
I'm
Mark,
sorry. We'll end that query. No worries, all good. But we do, we're just looking at the time. We got to get to part 2. I know there's going to be some conversation about, what are we going to do, or what are the conversations around this remaining $10 million. So I know we want to spend some time talking about that. That's in part 2. So let's get to that. I want to say a few comments. I know Junie does as well. And then Lauren snuck in there. Nice. All right, so we'll do Junie, Lauren, and then we'll move on to part 2. So, a couple of things. For one is before we even finish here, I want to make sure that staff has gotten clear advice from us and direction for these 3 questions. So after my comments, Junie's and Lauren's, we'll circle back to staff and make sure that they've got what they need. It sounds like there might also be a need for perhaps a straw poll, because some things might actually require a level of work versus just part of a smorgasbord of options come the April meeting. So we'll check in with staff in a little bit. But, a couple comments for me is, one of it comes down to this sort of how many elections do we do in order to get it right? If standard practice is 3, so be it. But one thing that jumps out to me, and this is a conversation we're also having in our community, is making sure things are on parity. Because if we have an election in an even year and then turn around and ask in an odd year, we're not sampling the same people with even the same question. And so for me, there's an issue of equity. There's an issue of who's participating in the conversation, especially with something that impacts the whole community. And so I think if we're going to do it, and I don't know if there's any historical context, but to me, if we're going to ask people on an even year, then we should only be asking people on an even year where we're asking 50,000+ people. So going from 55,000 to 34,000, it doesn't mean that, to me, that doesn't mean anything in terms of getting a sense of what the community wants if we're bouncing around with a plus minus of 20-some thousand people. So I'm just sort of curious about, thoughts on trying to stay maybe on an even year asking cadence there. So we're at least consistent in understanding what we're asking and why and what the implications are. It does remind me of the fact that I believe that the library folks collected signatures around 2 years ago and had sufficient signatures to get a library district on the ballot. And it was through consultation with council that they said, okay, we won't put it on, because they had trust that council was going to do a robust process to get it on there. And so I do think that in the back of our minds, we need to honor what the voters did in order to collect signatures to want to circumvent council. So I want to make sure that we're maybe being a little careful in subverting that will indirectly as we move through that process. We should be honoring the signatures that were gathered in an attempt to get this on the ballot. And that discussion may come later. And I want to also echo a little bit of what Nicole said. We either give this library district the wings to thrive, or we own its demise by not going forward. And I think that's a very clear thing for us to consider when we look at these things, because in many ways, a lot of the troubles the library is facing are our own creation, i.e. council's decisions on where it has funded and where it has provided some maybe lackluster support, especially from the pandemic going forward. So I think it's important for us to own the alternative going forward. It is our de facto day shelter for our unhoused. What are we doing about that? So I think these are a lot of important questions that giving it its own ability to evolve and thrive is absolutely critical in order for the libraries to do the job they're meant to do and take a role in the next 30 years of what libraries can be while we figure out what we're going to do with our unhoused. But it can't just be the status quo is sustainable. I don't believe it is. And I'm quite confident that many in our community don't feel the same way. I do think that in terms of a governance idea, I like Aaron's idea about allowing the board, county commissioners and city council to do the vetting and appointing. I think that's a really good piece. With regards to the polling, to me, we've done this. This to me feels a little bit like analysis paralysis. And so I think we know enough to get this on the ballot, and certainly having campaigned for a number of years, I think we kind of know enough to say that this should and could go forward. And so those are a few thoughts that I have for this. And I want to make sure that I allow Junie, Lauren, and then I see Rachel sneaking in, but we're going to have to cut off here. So Rachel, you're going to be finishing off the comments here before we move to part two, or at least before we move to part two. We'll circle back to staff and make sure that we've given some feedback enough for them to feel good about questions 2, 3, 4. So Junie, Lauren, Rachel, if we can be brief, and then we'll try to get these questions answered for staff. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Matt. And you're doing a very good job at managing this discussion. I just have a few comments to make, and also I'll answer the questions on the screen. And I think my first comment is about the draft intergovernmental agreement. Article 4 talks about the real property disposition, and section 4.2 talks about the Carnegie Library conveyance or transfer. I think my comment and also a question, which is in section 4.22, when we were the part that talks about the new North Boulder Library, my question is, I don't understand why it says using community, culture, and safety tax revenue, other capital funds, library-specific funds, in order to build or for the city to complete the construction. Because my understanding is that we are going to the voters to ask for money to create this this library districting. So I just don't understand why we would be using the community culture and safety tax. And I'm wondering too, is that money, was it even supposed to be allocated for this particular project?
David, you're muted. David, you're muted.
Yeah, I can take that. Junie, on the new North Boulder building, $5 million of that came from the community culture safety tax vote in 2017. It was specifically asked for the voters if they wanted to have a library in North Boulder. Another 3.5 came from impact fees. There's something in the neighborhood of $1 million in contributions from the foundation, and then the making up of the difference came from the balance of the library fund. So it's a mixture of funds that go into funding that. All of those funds are currently allocated. There's not money. I don't believe there's money left over anywhere. There might be a little bit here and there that hasn't been spent yet because we haven't begun building the building, but the money has been allocated.
Okay, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I don't have any other question. I fully support the draft proposed library district boundary and the mill levy for the purpose of issuing a public notice on April 5th. And I believe you've done a lot of work. Staff has done a lot of work, and I really appreciate it. And I can see I'm in full support. Thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Junie. Lauren, you're up.
Thanks, Matt. And I'm just going to sort of weigh in on a bunch of the topics that I've heard come up. So for sort of the surveying or polling, I think I'm not interested in pushing that forward. I think that our money could be better spent on, making sure our community engagement is really robust. I also support the boundary as drafted, and raising a mill levy for the purposes of issuing the public notice and having the public hearing. In terms of the property disposition, I'm open to either selling or leasing. I do think that I think that there would have to be a pretty good argument made for why it makes sense for the library to own the land. And I think that, that I suspect that those arguments exist, but I think that I anticipate having the public being more concerned about that. And so if that's a road that we go down, I think, I'd like to hear more as to why that's an important piece. And as far as the board recommendation for appointments, I think having the library board make the recommendation, but the council and commissioners making the appointments, that seems to make the most sense to me, so that, ultimately the elected officials have that, still hold that power. That's it.
Thanks, Lauren. That was concise. I love it. Rachel, you're up.
Okay, I'm going to close this out here, following up on one of Lauren's points, which is about the lease versus own. I think that that's going to be one that's likely a sticking point, and where we probably will hear from the community that it's going to be hard to let go of that, owning those buildings, and the notion that we would have to, we'd have a first right of refusal, and that gets a little sticky. So I just wonder, again, not in favor of a poll, and I don't know what the timing would need to look like, but not in a poll formation, but could we do like a Be Heard Boulder, where we're just getting a little bit of feedback from the community in whatever time frame we need to on a couple of those points where it seems like there's division among council members and likely division within the community, because I think we want to tee this up for success. So to me, it's not about like whether Mark's right or whether I'm right, or whoever. Like, I think we want to know what's going to pass. So if we can do a simple Be Heard and just however lightweight that could be presented, that might be helpful. And again, I don't know if that would have to be before April or when that would happen, but I would love to know from the community, especially on that point. And there are probably others. Would you rather us retain ownership or lease it? Thanks.
Can I ask a question?
Right. Yeah, go for it, Judy.
Thank you. I just have a question about the Be Heard Boulder comment made by Rachel. I'm wondering, do you think, or at least to staff, would that be a representative of the community? I think that would be my only issue if we were to do something through Be Heard Boulder. Is it enough? You see what I mean?
I'm happy to take that question. I'm Sarah Huntley. I'm the Director of Communication and Engagement. While participation on Be Heard Boulder is always helpful, I would never use it to assume that what the will of the entire community would be. It is not randomized. It is always self-selected. So even if we got fabulous return on numbers, it would be probably not, you would not be able to extrapolate with any level of certainty what the entire population would be, which is why if that's the goal of the survey, is to be able to predict voter outcomes, you're best off doing a professionally established survey that uses randomization and other best practices.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, Junie. Lauren, is your hand still up, or is that a relic? Thanks. All right, well, we're going to try to move on to part 2, but before we do, I figure it's important for us to maybe sum up here and check in and make sure that staff has what they need from us on a few of these issues. The one sticking point that seems like it might need maybe a straw poll, because it would add some significant process to this, would be whether or not we have to take a straw poll on a poll. Pardon the double there. So I just, I don't want to do too many polls here, but I think that might be useful on this particular one, just because of the added process that goes in there. So unless there's any objections to doing that at this moment, I think it would be helpful to just sort of know whether that's going to be added to staff's process or not ahead of our conversations in April and such. So I don't see any objection. Nuria, are you good with us doing that on this particular point? Because that seems to be a sticking point that would add significant process.
You certainly could, unless Teresa wants to chime in there and tell me no, but it's certainly good to know that as most of these things in the council, in the staff memo, a lot of this is up to the will of council, and we are here really to take direction. So if that is something that you would like to consider or give us direction on, then we'll have to know that. And there could be then conversation staff has to come back to with whether or not that impacts the timeline.
Okay.
Chris,
Yeah,
I'll ask you if there's more to that.
No, I think that's it. And Teresa, I saw you unmuted if you've got something to add.
Yes, thanks. So the council procedures do provide that council will give direction to staff at study sessions for the presentation of action items at future regular council meetings. I think in the interest of understanding what that direction is, a straw poll would be appropriate, but certainly understanding that it's in no way a formal vote, you know, or a direct action item other than directing staff.
I appreciate that clarity, Teresa. Again, unless there's any objections to doing that process, the other recommendations, I think, even though there might be disagreements, I think are part of the platter of options that'll come later. And since they've already kind of been discussed and just get a little more refinement, I don't necessarily see that as being a little bit of a deviation from the current path. And I just want to make sure that I have that understood before we fully embark. But maybe in the meantime, why don't we start with just a little straw poll. Anybody who is in favor of actually having a new poll to shed light on the community support for the library district?
Sorry to cut in. Can we take the slides down, staff?
And Mark, Matt, not to reframe your question, but I think the poll would not be the library district, would be a question on the tax.
Fair enough. Fair enough. A straw poll on whether or not we want to do a poll to the community about where they stand on the mill levy tax.
Yeah.
See 1, 2. All right, I see 2 hands.
Matt, you muted yourself.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thanks, Aaron. So I think that direction is pretty clear for staff. You know, some of the other things that I've heard that I think are some pieces in here that seem pretty good, at least some points that weren't made but are part of just the platter, is interest in offering a rebate for areas impacted by the Marshall Fire. I think that's a good thing to throw in there because it also seems to align with what we've heard from the county commissioners. And the other point, and I know that Chris said that they're working on it, but just to make sure it's certainly flagged, is updating the boundary maps based on the recent work that the county commissioners just put out with precincts and some of their work, so to make sure that that's totally consistent. And then some of the other stuff I think are conversations about area of influence, and I think that's a good conversation. I'm not sure, does that need to be, I don't think that needs to be settled now in great detail. I think we heard some good dialogue, and I think there's some good points that we can come back and have that more specifically brought up, unless people want that specifically known now. And then the other parts were sort of just with regards to what to do with the properties as a whole, whether it's a lease, whether it's purchase, whether it's given. Again, I can kind of go either direction more or less. So I'm not sure that needs to be decided now, because it seems to be part of the platter that we'll decide, unless staff wants further refinement on those options. Happy to sort of narrow that down, but it's not like I don't think we've added anything that isn't already not known by staff. Do I have that sort of clear? I see some hands, but I just want to check in with staff that that's providing enough clarity, or are we still in a land of ambiguity?
Well, the only one area where I would not, or I would just like to be clear about, is that, you know, that the council is okay with us publishing, for the purposes of an April meeting with the county public hearing for the county commissioners, that we would be okay with publishing the boundaries that the district would potentially have, as well as the potential mill levy amount. Those are the 2 things that are coming up in the near term. And of course, I guess that's based on the assumption that you want to go forward and try to hit a November 2022 election. And then, you know, I think all of the stuff on the IGA, it's great data. But I think that conversation will probably continue into future meetings in terms of what the council's objectives are And where, like I said earlier, what we've drafted is the LDAC recommendation. You guys get the final word. So we will be listening particularly close to what the council would like to hear or to see.
Thank you for that clarification, David. So in terms of the mill levy, I outside of wanting to get another poll, I've maybe only heard one or two people say that they're not totally comfortable with the current mill levy, but I've heard most of council say that they're okay in its current form. And so I think that's the kind of message I've been hearing. And with regards to the boundary, it seems like there's pretty clear support for the boundary with some of those conditions that I mentioned just a little bit ago about including the county piece, and then certainly a consideration of, and it doesn't mess with the boundary, it would just be a condition afterwards, but something to acknowledge that we're looking at trying to help those impacted by the Marshall Fire, and certainly in consult with our partners at the County Commissioner's Office. Does that help give you the clarity you need, David?
I think so. And of course, you guys will understand that what we will do with that is that we will work with commissioner staff to actually set a mutually agreeable hearing date, and we will publish notice in a manner that's consistent with that.
Okay. And are we still, and I didn't see any large objections to getting that public notice published around issuing the public notice of the April 5th to a public hearing. I think we're all online that timeline still works. Okay, seeing some nods. Good. All right, so just covering a few things. I do see a couple questions from Mark and Tara, so let's hit those up before we move to part two. So Mark, you're up.
Yeah, just as a question of process, when do we delve into the provisions of the IGA and try to get some clarity on those?
Well, we could do it at any time. I guess my thought would be, it would probably be after we decide to go forward with the next step in library district formation would make sense to me as a time to have that conversation with the council.
Okay, just want to make sure we have that opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mark. It's a good question. Terry, you're up.
So the small businesses, back to them, is it possible to find out if we can have grants available for them, or is that not possible? Because that might be a game changer for me. I don't want to see more pressure on them.
Part two. We're going to talk about what we want to do with that sort of leftover 10 million in part two. So hold that question, and if you want to be first, yep, if you want to be first to re-ask that, I'll make sure you're called first. But I think that'll be more of a question for part two. So last check-in, so we don't have to circle.
Matt, you went on mute.
Yep. Yeah, weird. Are you feeling good with where we're at with part one? And that's not just for David Gear, but also for David Farnan. Are we feeling good answering those questions, or any more clarity that's needed? Nuria, you feeling good?
Thank you.
Yep,
very much.
I saw a hands up from David and David. So.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. No, thank you guys. All right, so let's move on to part two. And I presume maybe that's David Farnan leading that, or no, Mark. Looks like Mark showed up. Sweet. Mark, you're on it. Go for it. Part two.
Good evening, Council. Mark Wolf, Senior Budget Manager. I'm going to take you through a couple slides here, hopefully go fairly quickly, knowing that it's already getting late. So we're going to talk a bit about the current library budget and the implications of reallocation. So I know there's a lot going on this slide, so I'll walk you through left to right, starting with the 22 adopted library budget. So right now, there's three sources of funds for that budget. The general fund is about 7.7 million. General fund capital, which is also general fund, contributes 1.2. That's specifically to finish the construction at North Boulder Library Branch. And then, as you've discussed, there's the dedicated 0.33 mill levy of generates about 1.4 million, at least projected for 22. So as contemplated in the IGA, 2023 would be a transition year. The city would continue to operate library as a city service through that year. And then the library district, and this all assumes that a successful ballot measure at the end of 2022, the library district would repay the cost of those operations beginning in 2024, and I believe that's over a 3-year time period. Library district would then be independent of the city beginning in 2024, with the exception perhaps of facility and grounds maintenance, which we can get into. So in terms of implications of reallocation, a couple things of note. You've talked about the 0.33 mill levy. There would need to be a voter decision on that. So currently that's defined in city charter that 0.33 is specifically for library services. So we don't have the option just to decide to reallocate that elsewhere without changing our charter. So that would require a vote of electors to determine how to repurpose or eliminate that. And then in terms of general fund savings, so looking forward into 2024, which would be the first year that dollars would be available, or cash, if you will, would be available, we'd project the library budget at about the general fund library budget at about 9 to 9.25 million. And that includes $1 million that we're currently budgeting for operations at the North Boulder branch as well. There are other direct general fund savings, mostly within that facility and grounds maintenance, although there are some other cost savings associated with the library splitting out. So again, it's a range. Those costs vary. Obviously, we budget based on revenue projections. And so as we've learned over the last several years, things can change quickly. But based on the information we have, we're estimating that savings to be in that 9.5 to $10.25 million range that could be reallocated beginning in 2024. Next slide, please. So I talked about timing already. We're walking through the creation process now. In association with the LDAC recommendation, what we are putting up is a potential process to support looking at ways to reallocate that funding when it becomes available in 24, which would have a process that could coincide with the creation of the district and the ballot measure this November. One of the things we thought could be helpful is utilizing the expertise on Council's Financial Strategy Committee to do a deep dive into that prioritization, similar to the process that we followed with our community culture safety tax renewals. So the idea is that prioritization is completed prior to the ballot item on district funding. I think that should say November 22. So that would happen over the next several months. That recommendation or prioritization, if you will, would be advisory to the 2024 city budget development, meaning we couldn't make a formal decision until we appropriate those funds for the 22 budget, which begins in March really of 2023, but wouldn't finish up until September, October of 2023, when that savings could be reallocated and appropriated in the 2024 budget. Next slide. All right, last slide. I'm not going to dive into the details of each of these ongoing needs, and this is certainly not comprehensive. We've had conversations with this council where we could add to this list. There were a couple items mentioned tonight about potentially offsetting some of the impact of the tax itself. All of those things could be in play in terms of thinking about some needs going forward and how we might be able to prioritize, or what we might be able to prioritize against. We certainly have staff available to talk about any one of these, but the idea is that we would take a list more comprehensive than this, put some staff time behind scoping in a rough order of magnitude what the cost of these unfunded needs are, and providing that to FSC to provide some prioritization guidance to council to have a full discussion prior to November of 22. And that's the end, I believe. I think the last slide is just a question, and we are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thanks, Mark. I see a few hands up. Let's see, we definitely want to let Tara take first crack since she sort of led in on the last part. So Tara, Bob, and then Aaron.
Okay, I literally forgot what I was saying, so I'm going to go last while I remember.
Bob, you want to take a crack while Tara remembers?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Mark. Mark, that was very helpful as always. Mark, I assume that you could not tell us today what the city's revenues will be in 2024.
No, obviously we make a best guess, and we are happy for our partnership with CU Boulder, who helps us with those financial projections. But no, we cannot predict.
Right, and similarly, I assume that you don't know what our expenses are going to be in 2024.
That's correct. Again, we try to do our best from a budgeting perspective. It's the game we play every year, but no, not precise.
And you would know if we're going to be maybe in a recession in 2024, right?
Or a pandemic. No, I'm not.
Pandemic or anything like that, right? So I guess I'm kind of a little puzzled by why would we in 2022, who cannot in any event buy in future councils, would be reallocating money, which we don't have yet, but even if we knew we had it, if we didn't know our revenues and didn't know our expenses, isn't there some false precision to reallocating that $9 or $10 million?
Yeah, I would defer to others on process. I would just say that the prioritization happens every year as we enter into a budget process, and that's basically what we do, is try to plan and allocate towards priorities, all of which are not funded fully at levels that are ideal, and then we have to change and adjust as we get more information. And so I think this would just be, the idea is that this happens earlier than our normal budget process, and would obviously be revisited as we enter the 2024 budget development.
Great, thanks, Mark.
Terry, you remember what you were thinking?
Yes, thanks. Yes, I do. I'm not going to tell you who told me, but somebody did tell me. Thank you, that person. Oh, yes, small businesses. So I'm wondering how we can, for me, that's a game changer. I would be very sad if a lot of our small businesses, the ones that weren't out of their homes, but the ones that actually had brick and mortar stores, could not handle this property tax increase. I would want to know sooner rather than later that we could do grants. So that's my ask. The other thing I want to say, well, that's all I'm going to say.
Well, I would appreciate the question. I would defer to our friends in Community Vitality on the exact programming. I know we don't have a program in place at the moment. I think for the purposes of tonight, certainly if we embarked on a process to prioritize, and that was a priority of council to add small business grants in some format, we could certainly look at that as a part of this reallocation prioritization process.
Does that answer your question, Tara?
Oh, yeah, you waiting for me? Yes, it does. Thanks. Well, how do we find out if it's what the council wants to do? Should we get a straw poll?
We can touch on some of that detail or higher level stuff, but I see Aaron and Nicole. So go for it, Aaron.
Thanks. Question and then a comment. So Mark, about the third of the mill that's currently dedicated to library services, does the charter authorize us to collect that tax, or does it bind us and require us to collect that tax? It seems like when we've passed other taxing measures recently, it has authorized us to collect a tax, but that we could choose not to legislatively rather than needing to go to the voters. Is this different from that?
It is different from that. Okay. The way that the charter is drafted with regard to the 0.33, it's not actually part of the mill levy. It's an earmark of a portion of the mill levy. So the way it's drafted, it says something along the lines of, thou shalt spend 0.33 mills on the value of property in Boulder on the library.
So we'd have to put a measure to the voters to remove that requirement. I guess could we at the same time say remove our authorization, like our total mill levy, like reduce our mill levy at the same time that we remove the requirement to dedicate some of it to libraries?
Yeah, I think the council could do that legislatively. Our mill levy, and I would invite Cara Skinner to join me here, but our current mill levy, it's under the charter maximum mill levy of 13 mills. It's close to 12 mills. And I think that the council could just reduce, the council would have the authority to reduce the rate of taxation by ordinance, but you could also put it to the people as well.
I see Car's nodding, so it sounds like.
Thank you, Cara Skinner here. We did have discussions about this, that in general, I think that you can reduce the mill levy, but I think there was some specific charter language that maybe we'd need to revisit on that.
Thanks for clarifying. And then I'll just make my quick comment that I think you all are on the right track here. So I'm happy to keep talking this over, as we move forward about how we ideas for how we might reallocate some potential priorities. Obviously, understanding we wouldn't be making final decisions, and wholly support Tara's things about getting grants for small businesses on that list to consider, because I think we do want to offset those impacts. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. I see Nicole and then Mark.
Sorry, struggling with unmute. I had a question first for Mark. Sorry, let me find where I wrote it down. So I think you mentioned in one of the slides or in the document that you gave us that by not having to kind of support the library as a result of it becoming a district, that we might have an impact in terms of increasing staff capacity, like in finance, like in HR, legal, IT, that kind of thing. And I was just wondering if you could speak to a little bit to that point, just a little bit, and provide a little more clarity on that.
Sure. There are certain internal services that we provide the library district, just like we provide all of our city departments. Some pay for that through what we call cost allocation. That it's basically an estimate. I would say better than an estimate, and a calculation of what the cost of that service is if they have a separate funding source. If they're general fund supported, in the case of the library, then we provide those services as a normal course of business. And so in that case, it's a little bit more difficult to quantify, but that's why we mentioned staff capacity. Certainly not talking about a library district would free up some time. I mean, you get the point. It's just stuff like that in our normal course of operations, finance staff, procurement, the city attorney's office support, and others, communications, all of that time. I mean, those are parts of people. Those are hours. Those aren't really easy cash savings, but it would allow us to look at, where we might be able to spend some of that capacity elsewhere.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And then the second thing, I just wanted to address Bob's point about kind of looking ahead, toward how we might spend these funds. I really do feel like it's critical that we kind of have some idea of what it is we would be putting forward to the voters. We make all kinds of decisions without knowing what the future is going to look like, right? I think I at least would really love to have a crystal ball, and unfortunately I do not. So, we kind of do the best with what we can right now. But I just personally, as a resident, would be really wary about kind of voting for something without knowing even a general category of where things are going to go. And, if this passes in 2022, we start allocating our 2023 budget pretty soon. So I think it would actually be this council and us right here who would be allocating some of those funds. And maybe Mark, you can correct me if my just kind of mental math on when we do budget allocations isn't correct. But, to that extent, I mean, I think we can all say that if we're transparent about where we kind of see these needs being right now, where some of this money could go, even just kind of initially in the first few years, like we're talking about small business support and stuff like that, we're the ones who can hold ourselves accountable. I mean, I would really hope that we would be able to do that in that situation. But Mark, maybe you could correct me if I've got my thinking wrong on the timing.
No, I believe you're correct. So we would start the planning for the 24 budget in 2023. And
yeah,
so
okay.
it would be
So
this council to
here.
adopt the budget.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. All right, Mark, and then, Tara's hand was up and then down. You want to go after Mark? All right, so Mark, you're up.
As a member of the Financial Strategies Committee, I'm always happy to take on a project, but the reallocation project is one in which there are a multitude of variables, and we have a firm grip on precisely none of them. trying to project out a couple of years without knowing anything about anything, we're doing it to assuage community concern, but it's not substantive. We don't know, and we cannot know at this point what it's going to look like. I think it's clear that we can identify categories where we will consider reallocating funds, but that's about as far as we can go. And we can take broad categories and say, if we can, we'll put more money here, we'll put more money here, and we'll put more money there. But other than that, any promise that we make to the community is a promise without substance. I think Bob was right. We don't know what the economic conditions are going to be. We don't know how much money we're going to be bringing in. We, as the famous line about Hollywood goes, nobody knows anything. And that's kind of where we are. And so, if we want to do this deep dive of financial strategies, we can do it, but it's for cosmetic purposes only, because any promise that we make is unknowable and irrelevant. And as I said, we don't even know who the council is going to be at that point. So I just don't think this is a meaningful exercise, other than to falsely tell the community that we're going to do things that we may or may not be able to do. Possibly next year we will have a better handle on it. But at this point, and doing it in connection with the vote, I just is a more misleading exercise than it is substantive. So.
Can I just kind of colloquy on that? I think we do know who the council is going to be that's deciding. It's us, right?
We'll be deciding, but in 23, we're going to have a number of new council members. Who knows how many?
In late 23, like by the time the budget's already been decided, right? Like just like we new council members don't get to say what the 2022 budget is, even though we were elected in 21.
23 is the transition year. So, we're not going to be reaping this windfall quite yet. So I'm happy to do anything that has substance. I just don't think this has it. And again, if it's something we want to do to make people feel that we really have a handle on what conditions are going to look like when the LD is up and running in 24, we can do that, but it's not to me, it's not a substantive exercise.
Could I further colloquy? Do you mind?
Absolutely. You can't do that. Go ahead.
Mark?
Go for it, Aaron.
Mark Wolf, question for you. Would the reallocation of the funds be passed as part of the 2024 budget prior to November of 2023?
Yes, that's typically our process, is that we have council take the final action on the budget appropriation for the following year by October of the previous year. So it would be October 23 for the 24 budget.
So so it would be this group of people, barring resignations or recalls or something, just understanding that circumstances do change somewhat over the course of a year and a half, but it would be this group.
Can we volunteer for a recall?
I think that's called resigning.
Again, I acknowledge that, but that's a 2023 conversation. It's not a 2022 conversation, in my view.
Tara, you're up, and then I'm gonna call myself.
Yeah, in my view, I want to know how many times we're going to use the word colloquy in this evening. I say we got it here. I've never heard that word. Anyway, all right, moving on to more serious matters. No, I'm just kidding, my dear council friends. Say it as much as you want. Okay. Just in case we do talk about allocation, I just want to say that putting in a word once again for the seniors, and my husband always says, Tara, even though I explained something, why do you keep asking me the same question? That is a question that I have for myself. Are we or are we not able to help some of the seniors out who might not be able to afford this? Is that possible? I know we have these such programs that people never heard of and such, but some people never heard of them. People have already texted me they've never heard of them, so I'm assuming they haven't. So I'm just still thinking about the seniors. And the second thing I want to say is, I'm going to put in awards for parks, who also got decimated by the pandemic. And you heard it last week. Was it last week? How many people complained that we don't have openings, we don't have lifeguards, if we're going to allocate, Bob, I agree with you, Bob, that we shouldn't be talking about allocations, but just in case, I'm going to throw one in for parks right now because they desperately need more money. I'm just going to say it. All right, I'm done.
Thanks, Tara. Nicole, you can fire off after me if you don't mind. Aaron, I appreciate your line of inquiry to really solidify the fact that it will be the 9 of us that will get to decide where that first set of reallocation comes from. And so in that sense, I think it is absolutely appropriate for us to have that conversation now. In fact, it would be irresponsible for us not to, given that so many of the things that we want to do, especially given the size of money we're talking about, nearly $10 million, allows us for transformative change. Well, we can't plan transformative change by the flip of a coin or a tweet. It takes time to develop the plans in order to do that. And we've had a lot of things that we've put on the back burner, or we said we can't do because that takes money from another department. And here we have that chance. So to me, it is incumbent upon us to actually do that now and do that work. I'm thinking of things with regards to our in-house. I'm thinking of how do we expedite some of the work that we all unanimously supported for our core arterial network to get protected bike lanes to really meet our Vision Zero. I'm thinking of a lot of very big things that require 1 or more years of lead time to accomplish. We've got money that might be coming from the state in the form of matching funds in order to help serve our unhoused or in mental health and drug addiction. I mean, these are big things. And if we don't start thinking about the shovel-ready nature of those now, we're missing the window and then deciding to tie our shoes in the middle of a race. And so I think we really have to kind of think and be more forward thinking rather than reactionary to some of these budgetary issues, and really stepping us out of some fiscal conservatism that in many ways has kind of handicapped us as we've come through the pandemic. So I think we have to think different. And this money coming from perhaps hopefully some liberation through library district allows us to think new. To think forward. And I think we have a great chance to do that. So I would really like to have that conversation with you, with our colleagues about what we can reallocate. And I think there's some great things we can think of in generalities, in large pots, get staff prepared for. We don't have to make hard commitments, but it also allows us to be accountable to the electorate to say, well, you did say you were interested in this a year ago. Why aren't you still interested? Or still you are. And I think that's a good dialogue for us to have. Of course, some of the numbers will change, but I'm okay with that. But I do think we need to prime the pump as we go forward with that. Nicole, then Tara.
Yeah, this was just kind of related to that point. And I'm just wondering if there's maybe a difference in terms of what it is we're talking about with regard to, reallocating these funds here, and if that's kind of creating some of the difference. So I'm going to put this out there as a potential bridge. You can let me know, Mark, if I'm totally off base. But, the way that I'm seeing this is not as an etched in stone, right? Every dollar kind of accounted for, but just letting the public know, hey, these are the kinds of things that we're sort of thinking about, that this could maybe go for. So that is at least my perspective. There may be others who really do want that sort of etched in stone kind of, line by line detail on the budget. But this is what, I would hope that the Financial Strategies Committee could kind of come back with of some ideas around, okay, if we've got this extra money, here might be, some places to kind of put it. Maybe, some of the extra projects, the small business stuff, like we could have these conversations then and not, keep staff up quite this late. Thank you, staff, as always, for hanging with us. But just in terms of talking about what we could potentially see this going for, for me, the libraries are a line item in the budget for social infrastructure, and they provide a lot of services, and they move us really, forward on our equity goals in a lot of ways. And so, when I'm thinking about reallocating it, some of the ideas that were in the memo were about physical infrastructure, and I would really, really, really love to kind of keep this for some of our social infrastructure if we can. So I just want to put that out there. But anyway, thank you.
And I saw, was that Tara's hand was up, right? Nope. All right. Anybody else have thoughts or comments on reallocation? I see Lauren. I know we haven't heard from Rachel. Not saying I need to put her on the spot, but her voice is very welcome and she's very thoughtful. So I would like to hear it. And same with Junie. Again, not forcing you to call, but anyway, would love to still hear your thoughts. Lauren, you're up.
Thanks. So while I agree that, plans often change because circumstances change, I don't think that means that you don't plan, right? So I think, and even as things change, it's good to have a framework that you've already started with. Iteration really, in my opinion, leads to some of the best ideas moving forward. And so I think that it would serve us well to think about how we might allocate this money, because we want to make sure that we're doing the best we can with it when it's available to our community.
Thanks, Lauren. Junie, then Rachel.
Thank you, Matt. I'm a little bit torn. I do agree that we have to start thinking about how we want to allocate that money. I think that's the best. It's a good way to go, right? It's going to help hold us accountable instead of not really knowing where to spend the money. But I do understand the point or the comment that was made that things may change. So maybe as we're really thinking about this process of allocation or reallocation, is think that, hey, we're doing the work now, but with the caveat that things may change in the future. I fully support the comment made by Tara. I'd love to see, or I would fully support some funding going to small businesses for grants. But at the same time, we also have to think, how long would we have to keep this grant process going? Because this $10 million is not endless. So at some point, small businesses, how do we intend to support them? Or is this a one-time, or how do we intend to keep this grant process going? So I think it's a lot. I'm not sure if I even answered your question, because I'm still very much, I see either side, but I'm in support, and start looking at, okay, how are we going to spend this money? Because we want to be accountable, and being accountable means that we need to think about how we intend to allocate the funding. Thanks.
Thanks, Junie. See Rachel, and then Aaron, and then maybe we can hopefully come back to staff and close this out.
Thanks for the invitation, Matt Benjamin. I don't have too much to add. I think it's already been well covered, but I believe the question we're supposed to answer is, do we agree with the proposed process and next steps relating to how the library funding could be reallocated? Yes, I agree with the process and next steps. It's good information to get. Again, I think we need to be cautious overall to set this up in a way that it will succeed. So I worry a little bit that we assume that a tax will pass because it's always passed. I believe that in a neighboring city, Superior, they just, for the first time, did not pass a tax. So I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but I do believe we should plan and invite the community to weigh in. But we should also be mindful that we don't have crystal balls, as someone else mentioned. So let's not be presumptuous, and let's set this up for success. Thanks.
All right, Aaron, take us home.
Yeah, so well said, folks. Just one additional thought. It sounds like there is interest in sending this on to the Financial Strategies Committee as proposed by staff. Just a thought about this being broad budget categories, right? We're not talking about like spend $10 on this and $18.50 on that, but it's really about some top priorities that the Financial Strategies Committee would recommend for consideration for reallocation, right? So no false precision, but kind of a broader look at the possibilities. Just a recommendation there.
Well, Aaron couldn't help himself still be mayor in summing up at the very end. I was going to say that, but he beat me to the punch. Nice work. I do see Mark. What do you guys say, bud?
Well, I don't have a problem with the process as described by Aaron, sort of identifying areas we would like to go, but we also need to do some projecting here. I think Tara has good points about assisting seniors, assisting small businesses. There's going to have to be assistance for others, probably lower income people. At some point, we need to understand how much of that 10 million is going to be left to us after we have subsidized the tax obligation of a lot of other people. Hopefully a lot of it, but we ought to at some point get a handle on that. Thank you.
Sounds good. Nuria, Chris, David, does what Aaron said sort of resonate that, you know, or I should barely just ask, does anyone object that we send this to the Financial Strategies Committee to sort of work on these broad categories that sort of align with the council priorities and come back to us with sort of those broad pieces, sort of acknowledging that we don't have that crystal ball? See a few nods. I see a few 904 stares.
You're at council service.
All right, great. So hopefully that helps address that. All right, final check-in with staff. Do you guys have what you need from us on library district stuff going forward? David Farnan, David Gear, Nuria, you guys feel good, or is there some clarity that you still need?
I'll let Chris and the Davids speak to it.
I will look to the team as well. I think we've got most of the clarity that we need. One item on the exploration of grants that I just want to flag is one of the things that we'll probably need to think about and work on, is thinking about who would provide those grants as the district would extend beyond the city limits. And so thinking about if it's a city program, that would be limited to just the city limits. If it were a district program, then it would apply to the full district boundaries. But if council's comfortable, I think we can include that as a part of our follow-up work and work with the Financial Strategy Committee and council on exploring that topic further. But I'll look to the rest of our library district team and see if there's anything else we need for tonight.
Yes, Chris, if I may.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Janet Michaels with the City Attorney's Office. If I may just clarify, the library district is limited by the Colorado Library Law to expend their funds only for library purposes. So they would not lawfully be able to give grants to lower income or whatever category of people that you would like to.
No, I want to say thank you for the feedback. I think we got all the information we need, and you guys raised a lot of really good points, especially around the Library District Advisory Committee's proposed IGA. I think there's a lot of room on the questions you raised, specifically around leasing or owning, the question of the downtown influence area. Those we need to bring back significantly more clarification, I think, for you on that topic specifically. Governance is entirely obviously within your control. You can decide how you want to do that with regard to board appointments. And then we'll have to, I think the bites of the apple question came up tonight, and really that's not something we did a lot. We basically stole that information, I think, from a previous IGA, if I'm not mistaken, David. And so, yeah, so I think that's one that we'll have to do some more research on too and understand. We'll bring that back to you. But those will all be items that you guys have ample opportunity to negotiate in the IGA over the next several months.
Thanks, David. Bob, I see your hand up.
I just have a process question. Thank you, David, for summarizing that, because it does prompt a question in my mind. So it sounds like we have some issues, disagreements, information to gather, and so on and so forth on various terms of the IGA. Are we meant to kind of bottom those out and vote on them before we form the library district, or are we meant to just vote in the library district, and then when those new district trustees come back to us in, I don't know, July or August with an IGA, we vote yes or no on it?
Well, Bob, I don't know that there's a right or wrong answer to that question. We could do it whenever you want. If you wanted to have an initial conversation about it, perhaps in a study session format, we could do that before April, or you could wait till after April and before we started negotiating the library district IGA and get that feedback from the council before we went into those negotiations, and after the district would be formed by then.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly who sits at the table in the negotiations. I assume it's city staff, and presumably city staff needs some direction from us. So for example, we were all over the board on real estate lease versus owned. Presumably somebody's going to need some direction from us on that before you sit down opposite this newly formed library district. So it seems to me there'll be some efficiency to trying to get council on the same page on that before we form the library district, at least contemporaneous with that, as opposed to finding out 2 or 3 months later.
Yeah, that would be fine. You know, all the issues that I've listened to you guys raise tonight, they are completely within the realm of policymaking. I'm kind of legally agnostic. So it's really, we would want to hear from you.
You know, I get that. I know we're the policymakers. I just want to know when we're going to make the policy. You know, are we going to make the policy in April? Or we're going to make the policy in July is really all I'm asking.
Well, we can take that back and see what opportunities are on your calendar in the near term.
Thanks for bringing that up, Bob. Yeah, I mean, barring any objection, I think that's straightforward to kind of just look at calendar and see where we can sort of tackle that before we get too far down the road. But certainly, and when we can give that its proper due diligence, outside of a meeting like this leaking another hour plus on IGA detailed discussion. So I think that'll be helpful to come at it with some fresh eyes once some more details are laid out. All right. It looks like we're good to go, barring any last comments. If we are, oh, yeah, David.
Just one last comment. So, you know, as we prepare for that, so we have a list that we can put together based on your conversation tonight on what's in the IGA. If council members have other issues with what's in the IGA or how we approach things or questions about why we did what we did, we would certainly welcome those questions, and it would help us frame the discussion that the council would want to have.
Thanks, David. All right. Well, before we move on, I just want to say thank you to staff, David Farden, David Gear. You guys have been doing a great job on this, and especially the Library District Advisory Committee. You guys did an amazing job to get it where it's crafted at this place, given all the parts and variables that go into forming a library district. So just incredible job, and thanks for helping to narrow the scope and allow us get to some specific questions for us to help kind of move the ball forward. And we really look forward to the next step here in April. And again, just credit to everybody, even those that aren't on the call, everyone who's had a hand in getting it to where we are over the last few years. Thank you so much, and we look forward to continuing that process come early April. So with that, I think, Nuria, are we ready to transition to gun violence prevention?
I think we are, and we will be left in great hands as our city attorney, Teresa Taylor Tate, takes it over.
Before we do, I just want to check in. We were kind of full throttle there for about 3 hours. But switching topics, does anyone want to take 5? Yeah, I see that. All right, good. I probably should have popped that in earlier, but that's me. That's a rookie mistake on my part. Either way, so why don't we take 5? Do what you got to do, and we'll meet back here at 9:17, and then we'll get going with gun violence prevention stuff. Sound good? All right, see you shortly.
right, I'm gonna shut off so no one can watch me.
Oh no, our first in-person meeting should be at Tara's house and we can get the good stuff.
I second that.
All right, I do want to, given the subject matter, I do want to, before we get going, all right, good, there's Mark. I want to make sure Lauren's in. I just, even though her screen's off, I want to make sure she's present. I saw Mark and Tara flash on, so we know we're good. All right. Lauren, are you there in audio? Give us a hoorah or a thumbs up. Yay, she's back. All right. So we're ready to go. Nuria, back to you.
We'll send it back to Teresa without any more.
Good evening, council members. I'm joined tonight it's already late, isn't it? I'm joined tonight by Luis Toro, Senior Assistant City Attorney from my office, who is working on the gun violence prevention project. We come to you this evening on the heels of the enactment of SB 21-256. This law was enacted by the state legislature in June of 2021, and it allows the local government to enact an ordinance, regulation, or other law governing or prohibiting the sale, transfer, purchase, or possession of firearms, ammunition, fire components, or accessories. And the local law can't be less restrictive than the state law, but it really does open the door for some legislation that wasn't possible before. We're here tonight seeking your guidance and direction about whether the council would like the city attorney's office to draft ordinances to regulate in this area. And if so, which specific areas council would like to see brought back. And we do have a PowerPoint to walk through on this, if I could get that up, just to walk us through, and we'll move to the next slide. So what we're going to do is we're going to move through each of these options, and then looking for some indication about whether this is an area that you all have interest in, and whether you would like us to draft something and bring it back for consideration and at a future city council meeting.
Hey, Teresa, for process before we get on, I think it was sort of my intent that just given the importance of each of these individually within the greater context of gun violence prevention, that we would just for absolute clarity, probably just straw poll each one just to make sure that you know exactly, yep, you got council's will to move forward or not, and then you sort of put them on or take them off the table as we go through each one. Will that work for you, Teresa? Will that also work for you, Nuria?
I defer to Teresa on this. Yep.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, great. Any objections from council on that process? All right. Sorry for the interruption, Teresa, but continue. And then when you're done with each one, we'll pause, we'll do the straw poll, and then continue on from there.
Very good. So the first is a prohibition on open carry. And what this would do is it would ban carrying firearms in public places. There are some exceptions here. Law enforcement officers, members of the military, places where a property owner is given permission for open carry. Also carrying a firearm in a vehicle or in a locked case, or carrying a concealed weapon with a permit. But so big picture, this would be a prohibition on open carry.
Rachel, I see a question, Rachel.
Yeah, and I don't know when the right time is to ask questions on individual proposals, Teresa. If you want me to do it now at this meeting, after the meeting, but I do have a couple questions on this one.
Sure. I think it makes sense since we're trying to gauge interest in each of these individually to ask questions as we go.
All right, then with Matt's permission, I will ask two questions.
Go for it.
First is the exemption for carrying in a locked or enclosed case. I have seen protesters be kind of cute with that and have like a see-through case with an assault weapon in it at a protest. You're not supposed to be open carrying, but you can still see that they're, that somebody's carrying at a protest. And so it's like a way around. So I just wonder why that, like, if you could get back to us on whether we need that exemption in there, I'd probably prefer not to see it in there. And then similarly with and I know that these came to us as model ordinances. So I appreciate that it may be a question for Giffords or someone else, but carrying a concealed weapon with a permit, if you're carrying a concealed weapon, I would think it shouldn't be open. So that part's confusing to me. So can that exemption go as well? So if those are both legal and council would support not having, I mean, I could see if you have a locked or enclosed case, from a car to wherever you're going to the shooting range or something, fine, that's not obviously open carrying. But where I've seen open carry is like, when you're turning the corner at the Boulder and things like that, and somebody's standing there with a weapon that they're sort of openly appearing or protesting with. So even if it's in a gun-shaped case, that doesn't really make you feel less like you're seeing an open carry gun. So if those two could both be considered, I would be interested in amending that with council, if council is supportive of this at all, and then with those amendments.
And then I saw Junie's hand was up and then not. You good, Junie?
Yes, thank you. For now, I'm good.
Okay, Bob.
Just a process point as we go through here. And Matt, I think you said this, but I think it bears repeating. I think the direction we're providing Teresa tonight is, do you want me, Teresa, City Attorney's Office, to draft these rules? We're not voting on these rules. We're not approving them or not. I think if there's some improvements like Rachel just offered, that's great. But I don't think we're supporting or not supporting. We have to have a lot of community engagement on this kind of stuff. And so I think Teresa's just looking for us to tell her if we don't want her to draft a particular thing, because we wouldn't want to waste her time. But I know you said that, but I just want to be super clear on that, because I know we have press listening in tonight, and I wouldn't want to see a headline that says Boulder prohibits open carry or something like that, because we haven't made that decision yet.
Thank you for that clarification. And it's an important one. This is really the initial conversation about whether to move forward and have continued conversation and use model legislation as a starting place, a jumping off place for that.
Thanks for clarifying, Bob. Rachel, is your hand still up for a comment, or is that a relic? Awesome, thank you. All right, barring any other comments or feedback on this, Junie, you're back.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on this in this field. I just have a question when it comes to open carry laws in the state. Well, I guess the regulations that we are crafting, will they mirror state law? Is there a state law on the prohibition on open carry? So yeah, I think that would be helpful for me to understand.
Well, I can take that one if that helps. Excuse me. And I'm Luis Toro with the City Attorney's Office. Colorado in general is a open carry state, but the point of this, of course, is, as Teresa stated, is we're allowed to be more strict on these points. Some of them, and actually this one, especially around where you can carry a weapon, is something the U.S. Supreme Court is taking a look at right now. So, we'll see how that turns out. But the idea here, these are all proposals that don't already exist in state law.
Thank you.
All right. I think it's probably fair right now at this point. I'll ask the question. So as a straw poll, again, this is not any official action. This is just to get guidance from council towards staff as to move forward or not on crafting an ordinance on the prohibition of open carry. Can I get a show of hands for those that do not want to see our city's attorney's office draft this ordinance? Do not want it.
And Matt, do you want like a physical hand, or do you want the raise hand function in?
Either one. I can see everybody, and since so that's what I'm asking. So anyone who does not want to see us draft an ordinance on prohibiting open carry. All right. Sounds good. Well, Teresa, I think you got what you need on this one. Ready to move on?
Yep, thank you for that clear direction. So advancing to the next slide. This would be a prohibition on carrying in sensitive areas. And so this would prohibit open or concealed carry, so both of those, of firearms in city buildings, parks and playgrounds, recreation and community centers, demonstrations on public property, within a certain distance of polling locations or ballot counting locations, places that sell alcohol, hospitals, mental health and substance abuse treatment centers, places of worship. Although they could grant permission if they so chose. Stadiums and arenas, banks, theaters, daycare centers, preschools. Again, there's an exception here for law enforcement, armed forces, security guards, and motor vehicles. I would note this one doesn't have an exception currently in the model legislation for local law enforcement. So here we would be looking for two pieces of information, whether you want to move forward with this, number one, and then number two, would you be interested in including an exception for local law enforcement?
I see Mark and Junie. Mark, go for it.
Well, my first question is, did we authorize city attorney's office to draft the first ordinance with Rachel's amendments? Because that wasn't clear to me and I would support that.
That's a great point. I wasn't sure we were getting into that specificity of approving amendments, more of just that would be something that Teresa would look into as she was drafting it as an option to see if there were any restrictions or not. I think that was more high level recommendations, but I will look to Teresa for clarity if there's something different there.
As I understood it, we would move forward with the model legislation, drafting with that model legislation, and then making some inquiries and look at the issues that Rachel brought up.
If that's okay with Rachel, it's okay with me.
Is that sufficient, Rachel?
Well, I appreciate that clarifying question, Mark, and I don't know that I'm have an outsized vote here, but I just wanted to flag that because I think the exemptions could essentially erode the whole thing if we're not careful there. So I think as long as we're looking at it, and if we find out whether it is legal and doable under state law, then that would be great to get updated on as the process moves forward.
Thanks for clarifying, Mark. Did you have a comment other than that?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Junie, you're up.
Thank you. I'm not opposed to the exception for law enforcement and members of the armed forces on official duty. I think that's understandable. And I remember I went to a CML conference last year and I took this class where they were talking about gun control issues or just issues around gun and preemption laws in Colorado. And I wonder, with this one, prohibiting open or concealed carry of firearm in city buildings, I wonder if this is something we can really do, because I think at the time when I was in that class, my understanding was in order for the city to be able to carry such a regulation, they would have to have some type of either a metal detector in the building to be able to do that. So again, I guess what comes with these type of regulations, right? What would we have in place? Well, we have metal detectors so that we can enforce something like that. So that would be my take. But of course, I fully support anything that I guess that protect community members.
Thanks, Junie. I had a clarifying point, which is to clarify that all of these, and I'm trying to understand a little bit of, except with permission, because these are not necessarily owned by the city, that it would be up to the owner via private property who runs that facility of stadiums, arenas, banks, daycare centers. that's separating from city, that they have under our law could choose to abide by our prohibiting the carry in sensitive areas, but could also choose not to because it's their private property. Is that what I get in terms of that exemption outside of what is city property? Is that correct?
Well, the way that the model ordinance is written is that it only gives that choice to places of worship. So if it's a place of worship that feels that they need to have armed security, this allows that. But the way the way the model ordinance is written, it would not give that same option to stadiums, arenas, banks, theaters, and so forth. It's just for places of worship.
That could opt out.
Right.
Okay.
Or be selective, that they could, they don't have, it's not a all or nothing. It's not like if they allow one person with a weapon, they have to allow everybody. They can be selective about who they want to have weapons.
Right. And so the question extends to, so if that is the case with daycare centers, for instance, like the JCC, they are not a city facility, but they also hire armed security guards for security. So where does that stand in here? Because it does say security guards employed by the city, which I don't believe they're employed by the city. And so where would that fall in this instance?
It would fall under the recreation and community centers. That prohibition is limited to ones that are operated by the city. So they would just be not within the prohibition in the first place. Okay. Because it's not a city community center.
But a daycare center within the city would, and preschools within the city.
Well, the daycare center, the way it's currently written, the daycare center would not be. So I'll make a note that that's something we should take a look at. So I guess what you're telling me is that there's a daycare center at the JCC.
Yes, there is.
Okay. I will mark that down.
Appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for looking at that, Luis.
Of course.
Mark, I see your hand up.
Yeah, just a quick question. Would this prohibit a bank from having an armed security presence?
It would, unless we put in an exception. So all of these are just models, of course, and we can change them however we want. So I'll make a note on that too. But the way it's written, it says it's only the places of worship that have the flexibility.
I think we ought to at least consider an exception for banks. They say that's where the money is.
Any other thoughts or comments on this draft ordinance? Or this, not draft ordinance, but this particular piece? Rachel.
Well, would Mark's point be corrected if we just said security guards employed by the, wherever they are, place of worship, bank, but not, they don't have to be employed. They're not going to be employed by the city if they're at a bank or a daycare center. So just security guards at their place of employment or wherever they're working. Would that work, Luis?
Yeah, I think it would. Mark? You've also had off-duty police sitting in front of Whole Foods. Which category would that fall in? And as I read this, if they're off duty, that might not be possible. And in today's world,
go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
I'm sorry. In today's world, there are institutions that might want to have a meaningful security presence.
Right. Well, I think that would come in under the law enforcement exception, because even if they're off duty, officers are deemed to be on duty at all times. So when they're a law enforcement officer, they're a law enforcement officer.
Well, I like Rachel's suggestion. Security guards,
in general, could be armed.
Yes.
Okay.
I do think that we're probably getting a little too in the weeds of starting to wordsmith ordinance changes. I think just flagging some areas of concern is probably as far as we probably should be going, just for the sake of what this conversation is, because we're trying not to go too far down. This is about just, are we pursuing the draft legislation and they can consider some amendments going forward? Unless, again, if that is not the will of council or staff, that's been my impression, that we want to try to keep it a little high level here. Also recognizing it is 9:40. Not that these aren't good places to go. I'm just not sure that's where we want to go at this juncture in this process. I see Rachel, and then I see Junie and Mark. Is that still a hand up or follow up or relic?
Relic for me.
Oh, relic for you. Junie, you're up.
Yes, I don't want to belabor this point, and I think you're right. We're not here to, but my understanding from reading this prohibiting carry in sensitive areas, it doesn't include private property. Am I correct?
Well, in general, yes, but some forms of private property, like places of worship, it would apply to. But generally, it's sensitive areas. So if it's not a, there's sensitive areas as a term that's defined in the model ordinance. So it's not everywhere.
Again, I think my question would be, how would you enforce something? Because I'm wondering if this law will infringe on people's private property, because if someone is on private property and I don't know, they have a weapon, will the CD come in, or will this give us the right to come in and somehow, I don't know, start rounding people up because they're violating this regulation?
Well, I think the concept is that it's supposed to be in more public areas, and we're supposed to be defining it as certain sensitive areas, and then everywhere else it doesn't apply to.
Yeah, that was my sense as well, and I hope that's something we can clarify, because I don't know if we would have the constitutional rights to go into private property or tell people on private property what to do. So I think that's something maybe we might have to clarify, especially when I heard the conversation about the bank, the security guard. I just don't know if this is within our purview. Thank you.
Thanks, Junie. And I'm not trying to confuse. I realize that in that first straw poll, I might have been a little confusing by doing the not rather than just straight up support. So I think we'll try to simplify it this time. That was on me. So with the prohibiting carry in sensitive areas piece, and certainly given the feedback that we provided Luis and Teresa on some clarification that they'll probably come back to us with, let's do a straw poll if we're ready. Why don't we do a show of hands this time? Oh, I see Neria's hand up. What you got? Oh, you're
Inadvertent hand, Matt, sorry.
It's all good. I keep setting my pen on my space bar, so I gotta stop doing that. All right, so for a straw poll, so let's just do either virtual or your physical hand, a show of hands for those that support the city attorney's office moving forward with this particular draft ordinance. All right, so we'll move forward with that one. Teresa, are we good with that and ready to move on?
Could we also get some direction about whether we would want to include a local law enforcement exception on this?
Good question. I don't see why not, but I would defer to maybe some of those that have, like Rachel and Bob, who've been doing a lot more work on this front for a few years. Aaron, you got your hand up?
Yeah, I mean, Teresa, I think it's worth considering as part of the discussion, right? Because we're going to talk about the details of these when they come forward. So I think that's certainly one to bring forward for discussion at the time.
Very good. Thank you.
I would just say I support that too. Okay. I'm with Aaron.
That works for me. I get a nod from everyone else. That seem reasonable. All right. Teresa, we good to go on to the next one?
We are. So this one's pretty straightforward. This would be about raising the age from 18 to 21 to purchase a firearm.
And for clarity, we already have something on the books, but we would need to repeal it and then bring something back forth that's in greater alignment with preemption. Is that the understanding I have about that, of how that would work?
That's the plan.
Okay.
Well, that would be the plan if that's council's will.
Okay. Thoughts or comments? I thought, Aaron, I think, oh, Junie.
Can I ask you, what is the rule as of right now? for purchasing a firearm?
In Boulder, it's 21. Statewide, it's 18. So we do have this on our books right now. But like Teresa said, the idea is to kind of start over with a brand new ordinance and just make sure that it has all these elements in it.
Does it impact carrying as well, or no? Meaning that, okay, someone is 18, I don't know, they purchased a firearm somewhere outside of the city. Does that mean once they enter the city, they somehow, the fact that they enter into Boulder itself, somehow they are violating a rule or regulation?
Well, we'll definitely want to take a look at the issue of people who are our existing ordinance has exceptions for people who are just passing through, because like if you're going hunting in the Northern Rockies and you're coming from Denver, you might drive through Boulder with a gun in your trunk, and we're not, we don't necessarily care about that. We're more worried about the people who are stopping and staying here with their firearms. So that's kind of a big picture question we're going to want to look at for all of these. But as far as the 18, we redefined minor to, instead of being 18, to be 21. So everywhere in our code where it says a minor can't do something with a firearm, that's deemed to be 21 years old as the age. So that's the way our code currently reads.
Okay. I think from just looking at this one sentence, or I guess two sentence, I support it because it's something that is already in existence. And I think my question is outside the scope of what's written in front of me, because you were saying raising the lawful age to purchase a firearm from 18 to 21. It's not the same as owning a firearm. So I suppose if owning a firearm at the age of 18 is something that would be illegal in the city of Boulder, I think we would have to be clear on that too.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Matt, you're on mute.
No, my speakers just went out, so I couldn't hear anybody. Sorry about that. I missed the last of what Junie said. So barring it wasn't throwing this totally under the bus, I think we're okay to do a straw poll to make sure that we're ready to go on this one. All right, show of hands, again, virtual or physical, all in favor of having this move forward? All right, I think we got our answer, Teresa. Ready to move on to the next one.
Yep. So this would be a waiting period for firearms purchasing, and it would be a 10-day waiting period after the initiation of a background check. This would go to dealers. Of course, there are exceptions: law enforcement, corrections agencies, U.S. Marshals, federal officials, armed forces. Transfers between licensed firearm dealers, importers or manufacturers, gunsmiths, security firms or firms, or personnel, and persons engaged in the business of transporting or storing goods who possess firearms in their ordinary course of business. But so this would be that general prohibition, or rather a general imposition of a waiting period of 10 days for purchase.
Do I see any comments or thoughts? None at this juncture. All right, so we move to a straw poll. Show of hands for those that wish to see this move forward. All right, looks good. We'll move forward. On to the next one, Teresa.
Again, I want to remind you that what we're looking at is a repeal of our current existing ordinance and a potential imposition of a new ordinance. And so with that in mind, now we're talking about banning assault weapons, large capacity magazines, and trigger activators, which is also commonly known as bump stocks. And so this is similar to what we did enact in 2018 that was enjoined, but it would include large capacity magazines with a limit of 10 rounds. It bans assault weapons, trigger activators. There would be an exception that would allow people to keep legacy weapons, and there would be a registration process. Excuse me, I misspoke. It's not a registration. That's not the case at all, and that is in fact the wrong word. But instead, they would receive a certificate from the city evidencing the fact that they have a legacy assault weapon. And then there would also be civil liability for anyone who has these firearms and those firearms are used in the commission of a crime.
Oh, Aaron, and then Rachel.
The civil liability, is that only about these specific types of weapons, or would it be on all kinds of firearms?
These specific types of weapons.
Okay, have we considered having one that applies to all firearms, or?
These are pretty new. I think San Jose is the first city that's done this, so it's it's a pretty new area. But excuse me. I mean, we could try to do that, and we can certainly look into the possibility of doing that.
I'm not necessarily saying we should, but yeah, that's just asking for clarification. So I'd be interested in your advice as we move forward on that question.
Rachel?
Yeah, I feel like I'd like to know more about the civil liability piece and any crime that you have at that firearm in your possession when you're committing, or just like more information on what we're talking about with that. I'm not aware of that being done. So I guess I would be interested in an analysis of its likelihood of survivability in the event of a lawsuit. So I'm just a question mark on the civil liability piece, otherwise very supportive.
Bob.
Teresa, maybe you said this, or maybe this was in the memo. I think some people receive certifications that they're had previously owned these weapons before 2018. I assume that those people would not have to recertify, that their old certifications would still count. Is that right?
That's the plan.
Great. Thanks, Louise.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Barn, any other comments or questions? I think we're ready for our straw poll. So raise your hands, virtual or your flesh hand. How many are in favor of City Attorney's Office pursuing this one as well? All right, we got our answer.
Very good. On to the next.
Yep.
So now we're moving into the realm of regulating dealers. So this would be a regulation of firearms dealers and ammunition sellers, and it would require them to obtain a law enforcement permit and land use permit to operate, and would require certain specifications for premises where firearms and ammunitions are sold, including safe storage, video surveillance, liability insurance of $1 million per incident. It would also require the sellers to keep records of all transactions and take thumbprints of purchasers to report lost or stolen firearms or ammunition. And again, we're talking about civil liability for ammunition sellers who violate federal, state, or local law if someone is injured as a result of a violation of this. And then also would require safety warnings posted on the premises.
Junie.
Thank you. I support everything that we're doing here, but I'm just not sold on the enforcement mechanism, because I'm looking at the city and our role as a city, and I'm wondering, with everything, with each one of these regulations that we're coming up with, what are some of the mechanism of enforcement? And to me as well, for instance, this one, I feel like we are crossing over the role of ATF. So at the end of the day, I'm just not, I will support it, but I'm still very much concerned. We're putting laws in the book that we may not have the manpower or the know-how, the technical expertise to enforce.
Well, I do think this has the biggest lift of any of the proposed ordinances because it's so comprehensive as far as having both a law enforcement certification and a land use piece, and it does. And you're right, it does to some extent duplicate what the ATF does. And part of the rationale for having a municipality do this is that the perception that the ATF hasn't been able to hold up their end of it on regulation as well. So that's part of the motivation for this model ordinance.
Rachel?
Yeah, this I think is a question for Nuria. Is there someone from law enforcement here tonight? I don't know if Maris is on the call or someone from the PD who can just, my question is, how much of a burden will this be on the police department to do? Because this, as Louis said, is a heavier lift in a number of directions.
There is not, to my understanding, Rachel, but certainly we can take this back. Again, hopefully the purpose of today will tell us if there's general interest. And certainly when we come back, we'll be talking about specific language and perhaps some of the other considerations like ability to do so within our current staffing level. So we'll make sure to take that back and know that we'll be discussing as we move forward.
I can tell you that we have shared these with Chief Harold and her staff, and we're in conversations with them about what they would like to see, but it felt premature to get ahead of that without knowing the will of council.
Aaron, you got comments, thoughts, questions?
Yeah, I'll just sort of echo what my colleagues have said here. You know, I'm interested in this. I did see that the complexity level of this ordinance was much higher than of the other ordinances, and I know how short-staffed the city organization is. So just would like to hear, you know, if staff felt like, hey, this is manageable both from a legal enforcement and planning perspective, then great. If you did feel like it was not manageable, then please let us know that. You know, if it doesn't feel like it's a feasible thing for us to do, given our other things that we're working on at the city.
Rachel,
just one more, if I may. I probably will not vote to support this without hearing from staff that it is sort of feasible and not an overreach. So just wanted to explain that I probably won't be supporting this one because it seems like we have a big lift already on all of these, and I would like to know before I ask City Attorney's Office to do more work on it that it makes sense from PD's perspective.
I see Nuria's hand up. You're going to clarify?
Yeah, I just was going to say that's really good to know because then we know that City Attorney's Office won't move it forward, but we'll make sure to come back at some point and maybe it's a matters item to just say we've got clarity, this is what we know, and then get further direction from you, if that's good with you, Teresa.
Absolutely.
Well, let's check with our colleagues here. So let's start with maybe, as Rachel mentioned, let's start there, and then we can move to a different question if we need to. Show of hands of colleagues, again, this is a straw poll, on if you're comfortable setting this one aside until staff can do a little more scoping to see how big of a lift this is and get back to us at maybe a matters from the city manager at a subsequent meeting. How many support setting it aside in that particular facet? Okay, yeah, we got clear direction to do exactly that. So we'll set this one aside and hopefully you'll come back to us in a little bit and we'll know whether to go forward or not. Thanks for bringing that up, Rachel. On to the next.
Can I just make one point about that? And thinking about for staff, if there's like a price tag associated with it or something like that too, I'd be really curious to know that. Like, we can't do it with current staff capacity, but if we had one more person or something like that, we might be able to do this. So that's just something I would be interested in. Thank you.
Great, thanks,
Great.
Nicole. Ready for the next one, Teresa?
Ready. So this would be with respect simply to some signage, and the language is here. And it would be a warning about increased risk with firearms in the home, including suicide, domestic violence, dispute deaths, unintentional deaths of children and household members. And then an outreach hotline giving a phone number or a website that could be visited to seek assistance with any of these. And then again, we could have that, we could require that be translated into a variety of languages.
I have a question on this one, and it sort of coincides with the previous one. The previous one also had in its ordinance that it would require a warning sign to any purchasers, and then this is another warning sign. And so I just want to make sure that if we do pursue both of these, that we're clear as to what those warnings are and they're not in conflict with each other, or that the passage of one and not the other doesn't impact the other's warning sign or its language, just so that they're clear and separate, because it seemed like they might have been a little overlapping in terms of what they were referencing.
Okay, yeah, I understand that.
Lauren.
Do we have a hotline number that would deal with all of these issues and a website where people could go for help with all of these?
I understand it to be for mental health help.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, barring any other, oh, Lauren's hand's back up. What you got? Oh, that was a relic. All right. Barring any other thoughts and comments, we'll do our straw poll. Show of hands, virtual or real, of those that support seeing the firearm dealer signage move forward with work from the city attorney's office. All right, looks like we have our direction. We'll move forward with that. Thanks, Teresa. On to the next.
Yep, and this is going to be the last one. Ghost gun ban. So this deals with firearms that do not have identification by a serial number and a federal license. There would be exceptions, a few exceptions. If it's a federal licensee, if it's an antique firearm, or it's made before October 22nd of 1968, very precise. And then those firearms possessed by law enforcement as well.
My question is that extreme specificity on the date. Is there a formally substantive reason why, like, did serial numbers start getting printed on that date by Winchester and Remington and everybody, or is that kind of arbitrary?
I think it is something like when the Fed started requiring serial numbers. I do believe it's a federal law that went into effect on that date.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Any other thoughts or comments? All right, barring none. So we'll do our final straw poll here with regards to the ghost ban. Raise your virtual real hand if you support city's attorney's office pursuing this one going forward. All right, we got our direction. We'll be moving forward with that one. And I do want to just clarify, because of people listening or watching on TV or online, you may not be able to see our hands because you're probably seeing a full screen. So I do want to kind of just quickly recap the direction that we've given staff with regards to these ordinance. All but one of them was given clear direction by council for staff to look into them and craft ordinances The one that was sort of set aside was the regulation of firearms dealers and ammunition sellers. This was set aside with the caveat that we gain a little bit more understanding as to how much work is going to be required of staff to facilitate this. And so we'll get updated on that at a future date and may decide to continue to move that forward or not. But again, 6 of the 7 were moved forward to have city attorney's office look into them, with that single one as an exemption to be set aside for the time being. So hopefully that clarifies things. Teresa, Luis, any other clarifying? Nuria?
Thank you for very clear direction. We will come back to you with respect to the firearm dealers under matters. And then we'll also look forward to a date to bring these to you in a draft form for some official action and discussion.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And I appreciate your working with us on this, and look forward to those ordinances as we come forward. And I'll speak for certainly myself and hopefully maybe our colleagues that we really look forward to seeing these come to fruition as a major step for us to protect our community. And certainly as we look to the year anniversary from which we lost 10 incredible people in our community, I think this is a great step for us to show that we're committed to keeping people safe, and we're committed to a safe and civil society that we live in. So thank you for the work on that, and we look forward to it coming forward. Nuria, as we conclude our last topic, any last bits of discussion or anything from our council colleagues that we want to touch on before we close out the night?
Nothing on my end, just thanks for all the direction.
Aaron.
Great job, Matt. Good meeting. Well run. Complex stuff.
Thanks. Well, it's like an Olympic race. I've got about 2 hours to shave off my time for the next one. So there's improvement to be had. All right. Well, with that, thank you, everyone. Really appreciate the time. And we will see you next week at our regularly scheduled council meeting. Thanks a lot. You guys have a great night.
Good night, everybody.